Can you all hear me? Okay, so we're on. Just tell them what we got to do here. Okay. All right, so I was going to warm up with a nice story. We'll probably just ditch that. Or I could say, let me tell you a story about Trinidad. Cody will get that, because I frequently have tech problems where I go. I don't know why. I'm just saying I frequently have them. But the worst was at a conference in Trinidad, which was being broadcast over their like big TV stations. This was years ago. And I had this really terrible old laptop, like years behind where it should have been. And I tried to sort of prep them, like, okay, this is what my laptop is. I don't know if you can run it. Oh, no problem. So when we get there, nothing works and nothing connects. So somebody saved the event by suggesting that one of the television camera guys take his camera off the stand and stand behind me and project my screen. Okay, that was epic. So we are not in Trinidad. Close, yeah, you said close. But what we're gonna have to do tonight is I'm gonna have to ask them to manually move the slides back there because this doesn't reach either. But as long as you can see it, you should be okay. All right, and tomorrow, this won't work, this method. So we're gonna have to come up with some other solution, but here we are for tonight. What I'm gonna talk about, I'm assuming that probably half of the audience, this is usually the way it goes, half the audience is sort of familiar with me and what I refer to as my content and kind of the stuff I do. So this is going to be a quick run through, just as the title suggests, of God as man in the Old Testament. We're going to get into something called the two Yahwehs of the Old Testament, also known in early Judaism as the two powers in heaven. And for those of you for whom this is new, let me just utter my disclaimer here. Okay, I am a normal, for the most part, run-of-the-mill, boring Trinitarian guy. But the reason I hold to a Godhead, and specifically in the Old Testament, might be quite different than anything you've ever heard. So if we get like 4 slides into this, and you're like wondering, why did someone drag me to hear this guy? Okay, you're feeling a little frightened, a little trepidation. Don't worry. I'm fronting my doctrinal commitments ahead of you. But what we're going to talk about tonight is, again, if this is new to you, you will not have heard of this before. If you're Jewish or have Jewish friends, don't assume for a minute that your rabbi or your friend's rabbi is going to be teaching this stuff, because they're not. This is something that they used to teach in Judaism as a point of doctrine until about the 2nd century AD, which not coincidentally is the time of the rise of the first church. It'd be what was known as the two powers in heaven. We're not talking about one good and one evil. We're talking about two Yahweh figures. They're both good guys, okay? They're different but equal. That became a heresy in the 2nd century in Judaism. They literally changed their doctrine, in part because the Christians found that the teaching so advantageous to teaching about the deity of Christ and a triune Godhead and whatnot. So if I remember, I'll tell you some kind of funny stories about Jewish contexts I've run into, but I like to start it this way. This is Exodus 24, 9 through 10. It's a very clear verse. There's nothing complicated about the Hebrew. It's not a difficult translation. Moses and Aaron, Nadav and Avihu, and 70 elders of Israel went up. This is the Sinai scene. The law was given in Exodus 20, 10 commandments at Sinai, so this is right after that. They went up and they saw the God of Israel, just point blank. They have a meal with the God of Israel. There's a comment in the verses about underneath his feet. There was pavement of sapphire stone and whatnot, but they see the God of Israel. That alone is going to typically shock a Jewish friend, because they have this thing of, God can't be seen at any time. And that's very familiar to us as Christians, because there will be some passages that suggest this as well. But then you have passages like this that very explicitly say they saw the God of Israel. This is not by any means unique. I mean, there's a way to reconcile those two things, and maybe during a Q&A we can talk about that. If you'll hit the slide, you're going to have to hit it twice, because there's a John 1:1 header and then the text. So we're familiar with John 1:1. I assume you can hit it once more, or forward it. I don't know what the right terminology is here. Yeah, there you go. So we're familiar with this verse. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is one of the standard, most important verses to appeal to for the deity of Christ. Go to the next slide. You're going to have to also hit that twice. And in the same chapter, we get the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. So John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word was God, the Word was with God. But the important phrase is the Word was God. And here in verse 14, the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. So it's obviously pointing to Jesus. Now if you keep going, another slide, again, hit it twice. 4 verses later, you get this. No one has ever seen God, the only God who is at the Father's side. Well, no, wait a minute. Let's just stop there. The only God who's at the Father's side. Right there you have 2. But the first one's called only, and then you have the Father. Okay, the only God, and look at which one who has made him known and who's made known. The only God who is at the Father's side, he, that only God, has made the Father known. Again, this is about Jesus in John chapter 1. He's the only God at the Father's side and making the Father known. Now, John's going to pick up on this theme elsewhere in his gospel. John 17 is kind of a classic example, which we'll hit on a little bit later. But here's the question. Next slide, hit it twice. How could a Jew, these early Christians, they come out of Judaism. How could a Jew affirm this verse, which is the creedal statement of Judaism, the Shema? Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. How could a Jew say he believed that, or she embraced that, and somehow worship Jesus as God? I mean, how does that work? So next slide. Again, and the question put this way is, again, how could a first century Jew committed to monotheism embrace this idea? Because we all know the stories, and they're factual. I mean, Josephus talks about this. And you would have Jews that would be willing to die rather than offer a sacrifice to the Roman emperor or some other deity. So they're choosing to die on one hand to defend the Shema, but on the other hand, it's like, yeah, give me Jesus, the other God. Like, how does that work? How could a Jew actually do that? Why was this not conceived as a violation of the Shema and a rejection of monotheism? Okay, next slide. If you're interested in this subject just from a Jewish angle, okay, and you might, this is dense reading, this is not light reading, but if you have a Jewish friend, this might be useful. The idea of a co-Yahweh, a co-God, was not considered heretical until the 2nd century CE. This is the book, Two Powers in Heaven. Alan Siegel is, he passed away a few years ago. He was, for many years, he was a Jew, Orthodox, serious Jew, scholar at Brandeis University, and his specialty was rabbinics. He was a rabbinics expert. He knew the rabbis very well, okay? And Siegel wrote this book originally in 1977. And this book was actually pretty important to me in my doctoral work when I came across it, because he very straightforwardly said, look, what I want to know is when did this idea of the second power, the second God figure, the second Yahweh figure in Judaism, when did that become heretical? Because he knew that it was taught in what we call Second Temple period Judaism. That's the Judaism right leading up to the first century, in between the Old and the New Testament. He knew that this idea of a two-deity Godhead, at least two, some would, some writings you could say that they loop the Spirit in there, but we're only going to worry about two right now. He knew this was part of Jewish theology, but he also knew as a rabbinics professor that, you go to the Talmud, you go to the Mishnah, you go to some of these other sources, and they don't have anything to do with this. This is off limits. He knew as a Jew in his own community that rabbis would say, you're not allowed to discuss this topic or read anything pertinent to it unless you were accompanied by an experienced rabbi, so they could steer you off in some other direction, so that they could convince you you're not seeing what you're seeing. So he wanted to know why. When did this happen? And that's what his book's about. It's heavy in rabbinic analysis. So, but if you're interested, this is the Jewish primary text that you would want to have handy with discussing this with a Jewish friend. Next slide. One of the passages, and this is a screenshot right from Siegel's book on page 35. He gets into Daniel 7 very early in his book because this was a foundational passage for the two powers idea. And there's lots of rabbinic discussion about the two powers. So he quotes the passage, as I looked, thrones were placed, and one that was the Ancient of Days took his seat. Again, it's not rocket science, that's God. Okay, his raiment was white as snow, the hair of his head like pure wool. His throne was like fiery flames. Its wheels were burning fire. Where do we get a fiery throne with wheels elsewhere? It's Ezekiel 1. So again, we know who this is. This is God. A stream of fire issued and came forth from before him. 1,000,000 served him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court sat in judgment. So the classic divine council passage. We'll talk about the divine council tomorrow. And the books were opened. I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven there came one like a son of man, or a human one. And he came to the Ancient of Days, so they're separate figures, and was presented before him, and to him was given dominion and glory and kingdom, that all peoples, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom one that shall not be destroyed. Well, now, wait a minute. Back in Daniel 2, the kingdom that shall not be destroyed was the kingdom of God. Okay? So right away we have a little tension. And Siegel, again, knew enough of his Hebrew Bible, not rabbinic stuff, to know that this description of coming upon the clouds was very significant. Because you only get that in antiquity used of deities like Baal. It's a classic description of the deity Baal. Baal is not a lesser figure in the Canaanite pantheon. Baal was the one who ran the show. And that description we're going to get into tonight is used also 4 other times in the Old Testament exclusively of God himself. But here, it's not. Here it's used of someone else who isn't God, or maybe is but isn't. And this guy has the kingdom of God. So what's going on here? And Siegel writes, not only does the passage allow the interpretation that God changes aspect, it may easily be describing 2 separate divine figures. More than one throne is revealed, and Scripture describes 2 divine figures to fill them. One sits, the other seems to be invested with power, so on and so forth. You could go to the next slide. We're going to look at some other passages here. But Siegel writes, this was a fundamental passage that the rabbis not only discussed, but from which initially they got the 2 powers idea, because they could read their Bible. Okay, it was pretty much that simple. I mean, the circumstances change when Christianity comes along and the Christians are like, yeah, we know who the second power is. It's the guy you put on the cross. That changes the whole dynamic of the discussion. But again, Siegel just wanted to know, where did we lose this? Where did it go? What happened? That's why his book was important. And again, he was a Jew. He didn't become a Christian or anything like that. He was a Jewish rabbinics professor. There are other passages, though, that I'm just going to show you a few quick ones, and then I'm going to kind of take you through step by step where the two powers idea sort of really comes from. But here's another one. I like to use this verse because it's, just read it. Yahweh rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah sulfurous fire from Yahweh out of heaven. What's odd about the verse? Just in English. What kind of strikes you as odd? Well, how can Yahweh rain fire from Yahweh? That just sounds weird. It sounds almost ungrammatical. You hand this in an English class, you're probably going to get red line through it or something. It just sounds just awkward. Yahweh rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah. Go to the next slide. From Yahweh out of heaven. Again, here I have it in blue so you can see the two. Just bring them into focus. But there are passages like this that seem to have two Yahwehs in them. Just out of the gate. But I want to be a little more systematic. Go to the next slide for the heading, two Yahweh figures. And we'll go ahead and hit the next one right away. We're going to start with the angel and the name. Go to the next one. And let's talk about the angel of the Lord first. Because the angel and the name idea are connected. And they're specifically connected in the book of Exodus, not in Exodus 3, but we'll get to where they are connected. So Exodus 3, everybody knows this part of Exodus. This is, Charlton Heston out there in the desert. Okay. Now Moses, tending the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, drove the flock into the wilderness and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. An angel of Yahweh appeared to him in a blazing fire out of a bush. And you get down to verse 4. When Yahweh saw that he had turned aside to look, God called to him out of the bush. So, who's in the bush? Let's start there. The angel's in the bush. Maybe God's there too. If he is, then you got two in the bush. There's got to be like a bird in the hand and two in the bush joke there somewhere, but I haven't really come up with that. You got either Yahweh and God are both in the bush, or somehow the angel who is in the bush is called God and speaks as Yahweh, Moses, because you keep reading in Exodus 3, who's commissioning Moses? It's Yahweh. I mean, the divine name's going to show up throughout the chapter. So does that mean the angel's the divine name? What do we do with this? And it's the same in the New Testament. You get to Stephen's martyrdom in Acts chapter 7. He says the same thing, that Moses encountered an angel in the bush. I mean, there it is. I mean, again, they know their texts. You go to Exodus 23, this one's a little less familiar, next slide, where God meets with Moses and says to him, okay, this is Exodus 23, so it's after the law, they're talking about what we're going to do now from this point on. And God tells him, look, I'm going to send an angel before you to guard you on the way and to bring you to the place that I have made ready. Okay, they're going to go to the promised land. Pay heed to him and obey him. Do not defy him, for he will not pardon your offenses, which is an odd statement because, who can forgive sins but God alone, to quote the Pharisees, okay? He will not pardon your offenses. Why? Since or because my name is in him. What is that? What is that? Next slide. The idea of the name of God being in the angel is part of what Old Testament scholars refer to as the name theology of the Old Testament. If you have a Jewish friend Well, let me just, this is how I learned this. I had to wait to grad school because all the way up through grad school, I'm attending like Christian, for my Bible stuff, I'm at Christian places. I took a 2-year detour to do Egyptology at Penn, but when it came to theological stuff, I had never had a professor sort of confront us with this. But one day at Wisconsin, we're sitting in class. It was at the beginning of the semester, and we had one particular professor that made a point of this. He said, look, when we are reading text in class and you encounter the divine name, no one here is going to try to pronounce the divine name. Okay, you're going to be in trouble if you do. I'll scream at you or whatever. And he was lighthearted about it, but he wanted to make the point. He said you have 2 options. You can say Adonai, which means Lord, or you say Hashem, which means the name. Now the reason that's an option, and it still is in modern Judaism today, they'll talk about Hashem when they're talking about God, is because in the Hebrew Bible, this is a means of describing God himself. Hashem, the name. Deuteronomy 12. Again, this is sort of a classic passage. Do not worship the Lord your God in like manner like the pagans do, okay? But look only to the site that the Lord your God will choose amidst all your tribes as his habitation, to establish his name there. There you are to go. You must bring everything that I command you to the site where the Lord your God will choose to establish his name. Now this is foreshadowing what? They're going to get into the land, and they're going to eventually have a temple. Okay, and it's going to be in one spot. We're not going to have multiple spots. The patriarchs could, offer sacrifice at all sorts of places. But, Moses and, the leadership there is saying, look, God says that when we get into the land, we're going to do this at one place. And it's going to be the place where he chooses to put his name or establish his name. Now, what it doesn't mean is that they're going to get into the land, they're going to find, a spot of dirt that has 4 consonants on it, like a doormat, okay? No. Choosing to put his name there is another way of saying, that's where I am going to choose to dwell. And you get this when they build the temple and the cloud fills, the temple, and, God takes up residence in the temple, in this, particular spot, Jerusalem, Mount Zion, and so on and so forth. But here in Deuteronomy, it's expressed this way. God will put his name there. And again, there's no account of a hand reaching down from heaven and, give me a crayon and, YHWH. No, he comes to inhabit. So it's a way of referring to God himself. Next slide. There are some Psalms that do this too. There's a lot of passages actually that do this. I'm just showing you a few examples. Psalm 20, verse 1 and verse 7. May the Lord, now look at the parallelism, parallel lines. First 2 lines here are in verse 1. May the Lord answer you in the day of trouble. May the name of the God of Jacob protect you. The Lord and the name are in parallel. It's 2 ways of referring to the same entity, the same person, the same deity. Verse 7, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. Again, the statement does not mean that when we go into battle against the Philistines or whoever it is, we're going to stand there and write 4 consonants on the dirt or start yelling 4 consonants. No, it means they're trusting in God himself. He is the name. It's who he is. It's one of the ways you refer to him. Next slide, Isaiah 30:27. Behold, the name of the Lord comes from afar in blazing wrath with a heavy burden. His lips, the name has lips now. His lips full of fury, his tongue like devouring fire. Now, oftentimes we see God anthropomorphized in Scripture, okay, attributing physical embodied attributes to God who is a spirit, right? It happens all over the place in the Old Testament. Here it happens to the name. And it's okay because the name is God anyway. Let's go back to Exodus 23, next slide. So when we read this, God says, I'm going to send an angel ahead of you. He'll get you there. Pay heed to him and obey him. He will not pardon your offenses. because my name is in him. Again, but if you obey him and do all that I say, I will be an enemy to your enemies and a foe to your foes. So, again, what God is essentially telling Moses is, you're going to see me in human form leading you. You're going to see this angel. And the angel is referred to, in several places. And I want you to know this isn't like an ordinary angel. This angel is different because my name, I am in him. That's just a visible, manifestation of me leading you to the promised land. Deuteronomy 4, next slide. Now, I like to introduce this way. If we were doing some kind of Bible class where, I had some means of holding you accountable, I would say, okay, for the next 10 minutes, I want you to use the concordance in the back of your Bible, and I want you to answer a simple question. Who was it that brought the Israelites out of Egypt and into the promised land? Yeah, some passages are going to say, they're going to use the divine name. Yahweh did that. Others are going to say Elohim, God did that. Right? Others are going to say his presence, which is real interesting because you will see that looped into the Spirit in other passages. His presence did that. And other passages, like here, Deuteronomy 4:35 and 37, he brought you out of Egypt with his own presence, by his great power. And you go to the next slide, Judges 2, who is it there? It's the angel of Yahweh came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I brought you up from Egypt. Well, wait a minute, I thought it was the presence. No, over here it's Yahweh. No, over here it's Elohim. Does it matter? Again, what's the answer to the question? Who brought Israel up out of Egypt? Was it the presence? Was it God? Was it Yahweh? Was it the angel? And the answer is, yeah. It doesn't matter. They're four ways of referring to the same being. Let's go to the next slide, Genesis 31. This is the kind of odd and somewhat comical story of Jacob and Laban, where Laban is accusing him of doing some funky things with the flock, to strip out the best animals in the herd. And Jacob is explaining, why he's blessed. In the breeding season of the flock, I lifted up my eyes and saw in a dream that the goats that mated with the flock were striped, spotted, and mottled. Then the angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. I said, here I am. He said, lift up your eyes and see, all the goats that mate with the flock are striped, spotted, go to the next slide, and mottled. For I have seen all that Laban is doing to you. I am the God of Bethel. This is the angel saying, I am the God of Bethel. And what happened at Bethel? Remember when Jacob has to run away from home, because he's Jacob. He goes to Bethel and he has his first encounter with who? If you go back in the passage, it's the four consonants. It's Yahweh. He has an encounter with the Lord. And that's where he builds the altar. This is all Bethel. So the angel's saying, that was me. I am the God of Bethel. Again, it's very explicit. Where you anointed a pillar and made a vow to me. It's God in human form. The angels always look like men, all right? So, what do you do with that? Now arise, go from this land, and return to the land of your kindred. Next slide. Again, some of you probably know this. This is my favorite Old Testament passage on this. And I actually have used this nicely, not in a dig sort of way, to a Jehovah's Witness couple that came to my door one day. Because, they're sincere, but they're on a script, okay? And I know this isn't going to be on the script. So I want to try to provoke them into, thinking. So we went to Genesis 48, and this is Jacob blessing Joseph's children, which we know the story. We teach it all the time in Sunday school, but we sort of skip what he actually says. And there's some pretty dramatic theology here. Israel, in other words, Jacob stretched out his right hand and laid it on Ephraim's head, though he was the younger, and his left hand on Manasseh's head, thus crossing his hands. And Joseph says, "Oh, don't do that." And Jacob's like, "Leave me alone." Okay. And he blessed Joseph, through his son, saying, next slide, and hit the button here. You could go through all, there's 4 of them. But the first line is, "The God, Elohim, in whose ways my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, walked." There's, okay, God did that. Then the next one is, "The God who has been my shepherd from my birth to this day." So, Elohim, the God. The God, 2 times in a row. And you expect the third stanza to be, God did something else, okay? It's not. "The angel, Ha-Malach, who has redeemed me from all harm." And the kicker is, may he, if you know a little Hebrew, you can see right away that that is a singular verb form. You cannot translate it, may they bless the boys. It's may he. Which one? God or the angel? And the answer is, who cares? Okay, now when I had the Jehovah's Witness, couple, with me, I said, "Look, I want you to look. We're gonna stay in the Torah. We're gonna talk about Jehovah. And are you sure that Jehovah isn't an angel?" Well, of course they're going to deny that, because they want Christ to be an angel so they can deny him his deity and all this stuff. And I asked them like 3 or 4 times. They probably thought I was an idiot. "Are you sure? Are you positive? Are you absolutely sure?" Yes. And then I go through this, and I said, well, either Jehovah is an angel, or this particular angel happens to be Jehovah. And now I've got some other passages we should look at. Again, that is not on the script. So I'm not using the New Testament. I'm using the scriptures that you revere to show you, ultimately, you've got at least 2. And then when you can talk to someone and say, well, here's how the New Testament writers saw this, and they use the language in these passages that you can take someone through, and they apply it to Jesus. This is where we get the deity of Jesus. Is any part of that not clear? I mean, what you want to say, except that it isn't on the script. That's just not helpful, to be sarcastic, but it's a good passage to go to have the discussion, about what they're really asking you to believe, and, well, what do I do with this, Go to the next one, Joshua 5. This isn't on the script either. This is the famous Joshua encountering the commander or captain or prince of the Lord's host. When Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man was standing before him. And the key phrase here, wish I could show you my software because I could do something really cool, like highlight it in Hebrew and it would appear in English, but sorry about that. I like to actually do that because it's kind of cool. Behold, a man was standing before him with his drawn sword in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said to him, "Are you for us or for our adversaries?" And he said, "No, but I am the commander of the army of the Lord. Now I have come." Next slide. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped and said to him, "What does my Lord say to his servant?" And the commander of the Lord's army said to Joshua, "Take off your sandals from your feet, for the place where you're standing is holy." Again, we've seen that before. That's from Exodus 3, where Moses encounters the angel and God, at the bush. You get the same language here, but again, the key to this, if you go to the next slide, is this phrase. And again, I can't run the search so that you can see it, but if you run this search in Hebrew, it's bekarbo, and then yado. Okay, there's a very specific phrase, with his drawn sword in his hand. It occurs 2 other times. That specific phrase. 2 other times other than Joshua 5. One is Numbers 23, 22 and 23. Anybody know what that passage is? It's the Balaam passage. Okay, with Balaam's donkey. Okay, and he's trying to get the donkey to move, but the donkey will not move because he sees the angel of the Lord with drawn sword in his hand in front of him. And Balaam like hitting the donkey. And the donkey's, of course, got more sense than Balaam does, which is why the passage is funny. The other passage is in 1 Chronicles 20, where the angel of the Lord is destroying, part of, the city because of David's sin. And it has the same description, the drawn sword in his hand. So you have two passages, Numbers 22, 1 Chronicles passage, where the angel of the Lord is the one with the drawn sword in his hand. The only other passage you get it is this one. Okay. Now I don't have Judges 6 up here, but if you have your Bibles, you could turn to Judges 6. And I'm just going to summarize it for you. Judges 6 is Gideon. Up to this point, we've got the, except for Exodus 3, where you have both Yahweh figures, God and the angel who is like speaking like he's Yahweh, in the same bush. The other ones are these solitary figures, but Judges 6 is another one where they're both there. They're different, but yet they're distinct. So, if you read through Judges 6, who does Gideon meet at the beginning of the chapter? Okay, he's getting, they're getting beaten up by, whoever's oppressing, the oppressor of the day. And he encounters the angel of the Lord under the terebinth tree. And he doesn't know that he's the angel of the Lord. He's going to find out fairly quickly, though. But he thinks it's some man of God or something like that. And so he says, well, the angel says, the Lord has sent you, go out and conquer the enemy, and trying to get him to do his job as a judge. And of course, Gideon's balking at the whole thing. And he says, well, wait here, I'm going to make a little meal. And he does that. And he brings it back, takes it to the tree, and they have more of this conversation where God is, trying to commission Gideon, to go out and slay the enemy. And then the angel of the Lord reaches out and sets the offering on fire, and then Gideon gets freaked out. Okay, I'm not just talking to some ordinary guy here, because ordinary guys can't do that. And so he gets alarmed. The angel disappears, and he says, oh, now I've seen, God face to face, I'm going to die. And then what happens? The Lord says, the Lord has been there. The Lord speaks to him and says, no, you're not going to die. So you just had both the angel and Yahweh himself interacting with Gideon. It's just a weird passage. Like, are they the same? Are they different? Is there some order of events here? It's just an odd kind of passage. Again, it's kind of like Genesis 19, where you got fire from Yahweh out of heaven from Yahweh. But it's another one of these passages that Jewish readers and thinkers looked at, and they could see there's something odd going on here. And if you're reading, through the Old Testament, you've already hit all these passages in Genesis we've looked at. You've hit Exodus. You've hit Deuteronomy with the name and all this stuff. And so you have another one. The word now. Let's go to the next and then hit it again. Genesis 15. So we talked about the angel and the name. Again, being part of this, where do we get these two Yahweh figures? These two, they're distinct, but yet sometimes the angel will say, I am Yahweh, I'm the God of Bethel. Sometimes they're clearly different, sometimes they overlap, they're the same but different. When you start looking at this kind of thing, you can see how a Jew who knew his text really well could understand how Christians would start to talk about Jesus as being God but not. He is, but he isn't. He's not the Father, he's the Son, but they're both still God. This whole discussion, you could see how some of these passages kind of prime the pump for that kind of thinking. And you get more here with the word of the Lord. So Genesis 15, after these things, the word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. And as I like to say, if you're taking notes, Mike's going to say something really profound right now. So don't miss it. Visions are things that you see. In other words, we have this idea of the word of the Lord means I heard a voice in my head. In a lot of passages it does. But there are other passages that are visual. Right there it is in the text. Visions are things you see. And by the way, you don't see things that are invisible, do you? Okay? If the invisible man was here, we wouldn't see him because he's invisible, all right? This is really profound stuff, I know. But the word of the Lord comes to Abram in a vision. Do not be afraid, Abram, I am your shield. Your reward shall be very great. Next slide. So that's Abraham encounters the word of the Lord visually. He sees, the God in a discernible form. Okay. 1 Samuel 3. Now the young man Samuel was ministering to the Lord under Eli, and the word of the Lord was rare in those days. There was no frequent, say it with me, vision. Okay. It doesn't say, there weren't lots of people getting voices in their heads back then. No, it says there's no frequent vision. It's a visual experience. So we know the story, Samuel, he's with Eli. We know the story of Hannah and his mother and all that. So it's bedtime, they're trying to get to sleep, and, Eli is going to hear a voice. Or not Eli, but Samuel. Go to the next slide. It says in verse 7, Samuel had not yet experienced the Lord. What does that mean? The word of the Lord had not yet been revealed to him. Again, and oftentimes that verb is going to be very visual as well. And so what happens is, in the verses that we skipped, prior to verse 7, Samuel has heard a voice calling him. And he gets up and he goes to Eli and says, what do you want? And Eli's like, I don't want anything. It's not me. I'm not talking. So it happens, again, the third time. And Eli has told him, okay, look, if this keeps happening, what I want you to do is when it happens, say, speak, Lord, your servant is listening. Because Eli's bright enough. It's not me. It's not Samuel. It's probably God. Okay, so let's try that. So this is what happens. The Lord called Samuel again the third time, and the Lord, again, it's the divine name there, came and stood. Okay, first of all, if he was invisible, you wouldn't be able to see his posture. Second, stood is an obvious word for a man standing in front of you that you're going to have a conversation with, or like the angel or something like that. Again, all of these passages are God in human form in the Old Testament, God coming to people as a man. Now, this is not the incarnation. There's only one of those with Jesus. There's no evidence that the angel of the Lord has to pass through the birth canal of a woman and all that stuff, okay? So it's not the incarnation, but it is God coming to people in the form of a man. And, if you think about it, God he actually has two fundamental problems with people when he wants to have a conversation with them, and he actually wants them to see him. One problem is, well, if I really showed up as I am, like completely unveiled, like you get the pure glory right there in front of you, you're going to die. And then we can't have our conversation because you're dead. Okay? So that's a problem. But even if you didn't die, you're not going to know what you're looking at. It's going to be indecipherable. What is it, a blob or something, or a flash of light? They're not going to know what's going on, at least initially. So God says, I got a great idea. I'm going to come to you in a form that you recognize, because you're used to having conversations with people all the time. I'm going to come to you as a human. And then we can have a chat. It's very simple. So it's for your protection, and so that you're not driven mad or you don't think you're insane, okay? We're just going to do it this way, and it'll work. So again, Samuel in this case, the Lord is standing in front of him. And we know it was Samuel before, or it was the Lord before, because as other times. He's calling him as the other times. So the Lord comes to Samuel. It says, Samuel, Samuel. He says, speak, for your servant hears. And then they have a conversation about Eli, which isn't a very comfortable one. And you skip down to verse 19 and you get this. Samuel grew, and the Lord, Yahweh, was with him, and let none of his words fall to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beersheba knew that Samuel was established as a prophet of the Lord. Well, how did they know that? The Lord appeared, look at the language, and the Lord appeared again at Shiloh, which is where this episode occurs, back in the beginning of chapter 3. The Lord revealed himself to Samuel at Shiloh by or as, you could translate it either way, the word of the Lord. So here we have the word of the Lord being a visual, God coming as a man experience. And Samuel has this regularly. That's how people knew he was a prophet. Word of the Lord. We'll come back to that when we go back to the New Testament. Here's one other Old Testament passage. And this one is again, fairly dramatic. Jeremiah 1. This is Jeremiah's call. Before you were formed in the womb, I knew you, and all that. Again, we're probably familiar with this passage, but again, we miss certain things in it. Now, the word of the Lord came to me saying, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. And then when you get into verse 6, then I said, Lord God. He uses Yahweh, Adonai, Elohim, to refer to the word of the Lord. He calls the word of the Lord the divine name. Truly, I do not know how to speak, for I'm only a boy. But the Lord, Yahweh, said to me, next slide, don't say I'm only a boy, for you shall go to all to whom I send you. In verse 9, then the Lord, who was the word of the Lord, at the beginning of the chapter, put out his hand and touched my mouth. And the Lord said to me, now I have put my words in your mouth. So this is actually not just visual, it's a tactile experience. This is God coming to people as a man in the Old Testament. And again, if you're familiar with these passages as a Jew, you're going to think of the angel. You're going to think of these passages where we have the angel and Yahweh in the same passage. Or you're going to have the angel speaking for Yahweh or referring to Yahweh in the third person. And you're going to wonder, what do I do with all that? It looks like there's two, but they're the same. But they're not, but they are. Again, what do you do with that? And Siegel goes through a lot of these passages, and he'll say again, this is where Judaism got the idea of two powers, two Yahweh figures in heaven, both good guys. It's not one good and evil. It's not God and Satan. It's nothing like that. They're both good guys, both on the right side. One more motif, and I've alluded to this before. So we've had the angel, the name, and the word. Now we have the one who rides the clouds or comes upon the clouds. Hit the button one more time. Now I'm showing you this passage. This is probably the only time in church you're ever going to see a section of the Baal cycle, so enjoy it. This is from a book, Religious Text from Ugarit. This is part of the Baal cycle. Baal was a major deity. He is not, no disrespect to angels, he is not a mere angel. He is nobody's errand boy. He is the co-deity in Canaanite religion. It's Baal who's actually called Most High, even though he has to ask El, the great God, for permission to do things. But El just lets Baal run everything. He is the most important deity in Canaanite thought. And Baal worship continues well into the AD period. It's all over the ancient Mediterranean, ancient Near East. Everybody knew who Baal was. He is no low-level entity. So here's a passage that's interesting. One of the stock descriptions of Baal in Canaanite literature is this charioteer of the clouds, the one who rides the clouds as his chariot, or who comes upon the clouds. And the reason was Baal was a storm deity. And this is why Baal was perceived, we're all afraid of Baal because it's Baal. Baal's the Lord of the dead, and that's one reason to fear him, because like we all die. And when we get to the underworld, we sure hope Baal likes us or something. But the other thing that made Baal who he was he was perceived as the one who brings rain. Okay, if you live in an agrarian subsistence economy, that's pretty important, because we like to eat. And our animals like to eat, and we like to eat those animals occasionally. So if there's no rain, we don't have crops, and we all die. So Baal is this wonderful guy because he gives us rain. Okay, this is how Canaanites thought about Baal. He's very important, but he's described this way. He's the one that like controls the weather, and he rides the clouds, and he throws lightning bolts and all this stuff. Okay? So this is a normal description for Baal. There are 5 passages where the description of riding the clouds or coming upon the clouds, with the clouds, something like that, occurs in the Hebrew Bible. Deuteronomy 33, let's go to that, you got it? There is none like God, O Jeshurun, who rides through the heavens to your help, through the skies in his majesty. It's Deuteronomy 33, it's Torah, it's referring to the God of Israel. Next one. Psalm 68. O kingdoms of the earth, sing to God. Sing praises to the Lord. Divine name. To him who rides in the heavens, the ancient heavens. So the Lord is the one who rides, in the heavens. Psalm 104. Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord, my God, you are very great. Again, divine name, Yahweh, we know who we're talking about here. You're clothed with splendor and majesty. Go down to verse 3. He lays the beams of his chambers on the waters. He makes the clouds his chariot. He rides on the wings of the wind. That's the God of Israel that does that. It's not Baal. It's the God of Israel. I mean, they're doing this polemically. Biblical writers are going to take a well-known description of Baal, and they're going to say, okay, theology lesson number 1. It isn't Baal who rides the clouds and gives you rain. It's the God of Israel. It's Yahweh of Israel. Do not worship Baal, because Baal, compared to the God of Israel, is a flunky. Okay? He is not the one responsible for giving you life. And oh, by the way, when it comes to your afterlife, if you're a follower of Yahweh of Israel, you have hope that God will extract you from the underworld and you can be with him. So by taking the title of Baal, and here's one other passage, let's go to that one, Isaiah 19. They're teaching theology to people because everybody knows and fears Baal. And so the biblical writers are saying, no, these things are not true of Baal. He can claim them all he wants. And your Canaanite neighbors are going to say all these wonderful things about him as if he's in control of everything. He's not. It's a direct punch in the nose, theologically. Okay, this is why they do these sorts of things. And it happens with other deities a lot. You might have heard, if you listen to the podcast, you might have heard me comment about Psalm 91 being an exorcistic psalm, which is something that's invisible to our eyes as we read in our English Bibles. But there are 4 different names of Canaanite deities in that passage. They get translated as plague and pestilence and the arrow that flies by day and something like that. You think they're just forces of nature, but they're actually names of Canaanite deities in Psalm 91. And all of them are like on a leash in the passage. They are subservient. They are lesser than the God of Israel in Psalm 91. They don't control anything. He controls them. Again, it's a theology lesson. This is how nobody has systematic theology classes or Awana groups in ancient Israel, okay? Nobody's doing sword drills. And what they're dependent on is they're dependent on somebody being able to take something they're familiar with and applying it to some point of truth over here. And then their minds can go from one thing to the next. Okay? It's just a simple teaching strategy. Isaiah 19, behold, the Lord is riding on a swift cloud and comes to Egypt. And the idols of Egypt will tremble at his presence, with the heart of the Egyptians will melt within them. So there's 4 out of the 5. You already know the 5th one if you were paying attention at the beginning. We'll get back to that. But 4 out of the 5, the God of Israel, Yahweh himself, is the one who rides the clouds. There's no mistaking who that is. So what we have to this point is we've got God does appear in human form in the Old Testament. People do have conversations with him. My personal view is there's 1 or 2 passages that talks about, no one can see God at any time. And what I think that's pointing to is no one can behold the Lord unfiltered in his pure glory presence. That's impossible because you will die. But God comes all the time in some filtered way. It might be a pillar of cloud. It might be fire. It is often as a human being. And that's for your protection so that the conversation is parsable and you don't die like 2 seconds into it. Right? So we do have this happen in the Old Testament. The Yahweh figures refer to as the angel, the word, the name, and the one who rode upon the clouds. We have anthropomorphic language applied to Yahweh. So what we have in terms of 2 Yahwehs, the way this was parsed in Judaism was that we've got Yahweh, we've got God, and then we've got this angel who is God, but not. So they came up with this idea that, we have Yahweh invisible and transcendent, and then we have Yahweh come to earth to interact with people in the form of a man. Both of them are the same. It's still Yahweh, but they can both appear in the same scene at different times. So there are 2. One, again, is invisible and transcendent. The other one meets with humans in some sort of filtered, parsable form. And this is where they got the idea of 2 Yahweh figures. They're different, but yet the same. So if you look at these scenes, the invisible one is not diminished in any way. He still is who he is. This is the conceptual precursor to the 2 powers in heaven theology of ancient Judaism. And the New Testament repeatedly identifies the second, the God as man figure, with Jesus. This is where your Godhead thinking really comes from. It actually comes from the Hebrew Bible. It's not some Greek, category in Greek philosophy or something like that. It actually comes from the Hebrew Bible. Like, who'd have thought that? Now, Jesus in the second Yahweh. Next slide. And then hit it again. And one more time. So we showed this passage at the beginning. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, duh. The word of the Lord came to Abram in a vision. The word of the Lord came to Samuel and stood in front of him. The word of the Lord reached out his hand and touched the mouth of Jeremiah. And the word of the Lord is referred to as Yahweh. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Got it. He was in the beginning with God. That sounds a little odd, but I remember my Old Testament that you have, in some passages, you have Yahweh that's not visible form, like the burning bush. God's there, but the angel's there. And the angel's the one you got to be able to see him to tell he's an angel. So there's one seen, the other not seen. And when the one speaks, we don't really know if that's Yahweh or the angel, but who cares? It's Yahweh, even though the angel's the one that Moses sees. Again, you see how this conceptually, mentally, prepares people to think of God both ways. And yet there's no violation of the Shema because they're both Yahweh, but they're the same but yet different. And you get down to verse 14, the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. That word, God as man in the Old Testament turned out to be God as man incarnate in Jesus. He became flesh. The Old Testament stuff is a precursor. to the new. And the new is again focused on Christ. The angel, Jude 5, this is kind of an obscure passage. Jude says, "Now I want to remind you, although you once fully knew it, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land..." Wait a minute. That wasn't in the lecture a few minutes ago. Who brought Israel out of Egypt and brought them into the promised land? That was either the presence, or Yahweh, or Elohim, or the angel. And now it's Jesus? Like, which one is it? The answer is still the same. Yes. It's still the same. You know, Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. Which is, again, a really interesting thing to say, but we're not going to rabbit trail. Now, if you have a study Bible, you'll find out that there's a manuscript, issue here. So I'm only going to show this to the geeks for a few seconds. And there's always in the audience somebody who wants to know. So this is a wonderful article. Yes, I could send it to you if you emailed me. If you're listening to this on video, please. Okay. I don't want to get 1,000 emails, but you can take the reference down, and I can put it in the folder I use for the podcast as well, so you can just get that if you subscribe to the newsletter. But this is a very recent, full-throated, academic defense of Jesus in Jude 5 from a professional textual critic. Okay. These things do exist. Mike is not making things up. Okay, I don't need to make things up. What's in there is good enough. John 17, the name theology. This is part of Jesus' high priestly prayer. "I have manifested your name to the people whom you gave me out of the world. Yours they were, and you gave them to me, and they have kept your word." Now Jesus is praying to the Father. He says, "I have manifested your name to the people." Again, the language isn't the way we would normally talk, but if you know your name theology from the Old Testament, Jesus is saying, "I have manifested you." Remember, John says later, "He that has seen me," Jesus says, when he's in the conversation with Thomas, "whoever has seen me has seen the Father." How can he say that? Because the Word became flesh and dwelt among them, all right? Now, what he's not saying here, think about how dumb this would be. Well, I think he's just explaining who God is. Okay, so in other words, they couldn't read their Old Testament and get that. Jesus isn't saying, "Father, thank you, I came here to let everybody know what your name is." 4 consonants. It's absurd because it's in there 3,000 times in the Hebrew Bible. You can't read anything and not run into it. Everybody knows what God's name is, especially if you're a Jew. It's the Shema. You know who God is. You know the burning bush story. You know Moses with the Shema and all this. He's not there to tell them what God's name is. He is there to manifest the name to them. "While I was with them, I kept them in or by your name." Okay, Jesus isn't walking around. You got some trouble today, Peter? You look kind of downcast. Yahweh. He's not uttering the consonants to them. Say it with me, Peter. YHWH. You feel better now? No, what he's doing is he's saying, "I had the power of God within me to keep them." Okay, to teach them and keep all the things that Jesus does. "I made known to them your name, and I will continue to make it known, that the love with which you have loved me may be in them and I in them." Okay. "He that has seen me has seen the Father." Now here's back to the remaining passage about the one who rides the clouds. Remember, this is what Daniel said. This is the 5th passage. So we had Deuteronomy 33, Psalm 68, Psalm 104, and we had Isaiah 19. Here's number 5, Daniel 7:13. And this is the only passage where it's not used of the God of Israel. This passage, it's used of one like a son of man. Remember when we read it earlier? The Ancient of Days is already in the scene. He's enthroned, the fiery throne with the wheels, Ezekiel 1. It's right out of Ezekiel 1. It's God on the throne, but now here's this second figure, the one like a son of man. and he comes upon the clouds of heaven. This is why Siegel, again, in his book, again, he's a rabbinic figure, he spends a good deal of time talking about Daniel 7, because everybody knew the description of the one who rides the clouds is a deity-level description. And in this passage, you do not have it said of God, you have it said of somebody else. Specifically, a human one. That's what the phrase Son of Man in Aramaic means, the human one. Jesus, hit the next slide, in Matthew 26, Jesus is on trial. They lead him to take him to Caiaphas' house. Those who had seized Jesus led him to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes and elders had gathered. Skip to 62. The high priest stood up and said, "Have you no answer to make?" Because they've trucked out false witnesses, and Jesus he's not saying anything. And so the high priest gets a little ticked. Don't you have anything to say? What is it that these men testify against you? But Jesus remained silent. And the high priest said to him, "I adjure you by the living God." Next slide. "Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of God." Jesus said to him, "You have said so. But I tell you," okay, so out of your mouth it just came, Caiaphas, but if you really want something extra, okay, listen up, okay? If you really want it both barrels, here we go. "From now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven." That's my answer. How's that? Do I need to repeat that, Caiaphas? Was it clear? Okay, we read that and we think it's a throwaway. Jesus is trying to be clever or cryptic. No, he's quoting Daniel 7 in answer to his question. That's who I am. I am the second Yahweh figure, the one who rides on the clouds in Daniel 7. Are we clear now? And oh yeah, they were clear. Look at his reaction. Then the high priest tore his robes and said, "He has uttered blasphemy. What further witnesses do we need? You have now heard his blasphemy." Caiaphas gets it instantly. He knows absolutely, point blank, what just happened there. No ambiguity at all. You've just given us the justification to put you to death. So that's what I have for today. I'm just going to exit out of this. And again, that's an overview. If you have not read Unseen Realm, there's more to that. So I recommend the book, and all the time. When you read my books, I always encourage people, look, go out and try to find the resources that I have. And I'll admit, a lot of them are not publicly available because it's from academic, scholarly, peer-reviewed literature. But if you know anything about me, I want to expose you to that content. The way you're going to get a lot of it is if you listen to the podcast, I will put things in a protected folder on the internet for you, because a lot of the really best research, the best scholarship is not given away free online. We can gripe about that together, okay? I think it's a shame. It's only happened once. But there really are, it's kind of like a conspiracy against the interested layperson. Why should it be that you have to go to graduate school, or seminary to be exposed to where to find the good information, and the only way you can access it is with a student ID or a library card from those institutions? I don't like that. Okay, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. So what I try to do in my books is I try to take that material and distill it for you. You don't need to be protected from it. You are smart enough to be able to digest it. And it's good stuff. And if you listen to the podcast, I will make sure, I at least try, to get people certain things, relevant to whatever we're doing on the podcast at the time. So again, if you're not familiar with me, this is what I try to do. I try to get people into real scholarship about the text and deliver it. Again, usually, again, if it's my book, that's how I do it. That's my vehicle for doing it. But I want you to be able to understand this stuff because you can. I think the average person who's interested in Scripture in our churches is routinely underestimated, and I don't like it. Okay, it's something I gripe about constantly. I can't help myself. And those of you who have, who've read the books or listened to the podcast, you already know this. You already know what it's about. So in this case, let me just close with a little story. When I was at Wisconsin, during the summers, ironically, a lot of these people that I'm going to tell you about came from this area, specifically this area. Naples, Boca Raton, Miami. We had something at Wisconsin in the summers called the Senior Scholars Program. And what that was every summer they brought busloads of senior citizens from Florida up to Wisconsin to spend the summer. Because it was just cooler there. And they would put them in the dorms. They would live in the dorms. And they would have activities for them every week, and they would have classes. So the grad students, we would get an email when they were prepping for this, saying, hey, would you like to submit a topic for a class for the Senior Scholars Program? I did this for 3 summers. And the first year, all I had to see was, we'll pay you for it. Because my wife can tell you, we were just so stinking poor, But it was like, yeah, I could go in there once a week and do this, and we'll earn some extra money. And so I signed up, but I thought, well, now what do I'm in the Hebrew Studies department. I don't know where these people are coming from. I mean, they're senior citizens. They wanted a class. Okay, let's do that. So I submitted the topic angels, because I thought, everybody likes angels. They want some religion classes. Who's going to say no to angels, So I submitted that, and sure enough, they took it. So the first day, I go in there, and there's about 40 people in the room. And again, I don't know who they are, because they never tell you anything. It's just like, show up, teach your class, and have a good time. So I'm thinking they're all like Christians or even, who knows, Catholics. They're all going to be like familiar with the normal angel stuff. So I thought, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in there and jump right in to the 2 powers in heaven stuff, because nobody's ever going to have heard of that before. So they won't snooze off 20 minutes into this. So I go in there and I start doing what you just saw. And there's this guy in the front row, and he's got this really confused look on his face. And so I stopped and I said, do I need to go over that again or whatever? And he just looks up and he goes, my rabbi never taught us any of this. And I said, oh, you're Jewish. That's kind of neat. And then some guy in the back stands up and yells, we're all Jewish. So I'm looking at where the exits are. So I had no idea. I'm the only Gentile in the room. And then some little lady, she became my Jewish mother for the summer. Okay. She goes, oh, keep going. It's interesting, So we yeah, I know. It's just ridiculous. So a lot of the stuff I do has this flavor, like I can't believe this is happening this way. So I went through the whole thing. Like we spent 4 or 5 weeks going through this kind of stuff, and they loved it. But you have a conversation with a few of them. It was astonishing what they didn't know. We'd have Q&A. I'm not making this up. I understood afterwards when I thought about why it happened. But at the time, it kind of shocked me. I had a person in this room, everybody's Jewish, ask me who Adam and Eve were. I had another person ask me if there were books in their Bible other than the Torah. Now, the first one, I don't know how you could miss that one. But maybe this is the answer to the second one is the answer to the first. But I thought, and I had a conversation with my Jewish mother, for the summer that week. And what I came to learn was, if you're Jewish, what you do, when you're going up to the time when you're 13, you're going to get bar mitzvahed or bat mitzvahed. Then you study stuff that they're going to ask you, I'll use a Christian term, to be confirmed, okay? And then after you're confirmed, you've had your bar mitzvah or whatever, you basically never look at it again. And the only stuff they have is from the Torah. So this was a real question. It'd be like a Christian asking me, are there any books in the New Testament other than the Gospels? It's shocking, but then when you consider the context of it, it's like, okay, that was a real question. And every one of them had never heard any of this before. And I had, this one lady, this was a different lady, her name was Ruth. She had a Christian friend. And she told me at the end of the class, she goes, I have some Christian friends and we talk about Jesus. And she goes, but I now understand how Jews then and now could accept Jesus as God and not feel like they were violating the Shema. I get it. But I couldn't sort of prod her into making the decision. She would say, look, my father and my brother, she had cantors in her family. They were the ones who do the music and the chanting in the synagogue. She goes, if I do this, I'm going to get shunned. Like all of my family will leave me. And it's like, that's first century. That's right where it was. And I have this woman in the class who's like the living, remnant of the first century situation. So I think this kind of stuff is useful, not just for, I can put this under my belt and say I learned some Bible, but for people like Unitarians, your Jewish friends, your Jehovah's Witness, that comes to the door again, really, really wanting to share what they think the truth is with you. Again, you've got to get them into the text. You just have to get them into the text. Otherwise, it's like two geeks at math camp, who can do the equation fastest. You've got to get them into the text and have a sincere conversation with them. So tomorrow, we'll do some other stuff, divine counsel related. Cody, if you want to come up, thanks for coming. All right. Well, we are blessed with a new laptop, at least for the session. So this should work. It should work pretty well. We want to talk today about a couple of things. I was asked to do something on divine counsel worldview, which is what we'll do this morning. And then the second session, we want to do something on spiritual warfare. And that's where we'll get into the different rebellions. There's actually 3 rebellions that are both supernatural and human that extend from something that goes on in the first 11 chapters of Genesis, which again is kind of new for people to hear, but when we get to that point, I'll explain why, because that is the Old Testament root to what we think of as spiritual warfare. So that's where I had to land. I mean, there's lots of different things that we could have talked about today, but that's where where we're going to be going, where we're going to be heading, and then we'll have some sort of Q&A afterwards. The schedule's adaptable. But today I want to talk about, as we launch into this, what is the divine counsel? Because I'm sort of known for 2 things, and a lot of my work is oriented by 2 broad things, and that is I call them the divine counsel worldview. And the second one is the Deuteronomy 32 worldview, which is a subset of the first one. So the Deuteronomy 32 thing is where we'll be spending most of our time in the second session. And of course, the first one is this session. So what is it and why should we care? And this is going to be a real broad strokes overview. What I'm going to say here I know will generate a lot of questions. Trust me, I'm used to that. That's a good thing. It's fine. Because there are going to be some things in here that you may never have heard before. If you're the kind of person like me, okay, who just wants more information, this is the best thing I can do for you in this setting. And that is, there are several places online that you can go to for questions. So Okay, why isn't it linking out? It should link out. There we go. This is my website, drmsh.com. And you could Google this. Just Google drmsh.com. And I have an archive page that is basically home to stuff I've written that is published in different places. All on one page. FSB is Faith Life Study Bible, which is the Logos, study Bible. The digital version is a lot longer than the physical version. And journal articles. Okay, a lot of these journal articles you can't find anywhere else. Since they've been in publication for years, I more or less just presumed permission to put them up. There's only two that would, I wondered about, but I get asked the question so frequently about more information that I put it on here. So there's an archive page there. You could Google, find that. We also endorse, this is not my Facebook group, but it's one that has been put together by people who are really into the content, Divine Counsel Worldview Facebook group. It is adminned regularly by people who know the content well. So you could always ask a question here too. Once in a while I'll chime in, but again, if you get to be a member of the group, just ask and they'll put you in. There's a lot of discussion there too. For a quick definition, if you were in a conversation with somebody, what is the Divine Counsel? This is my webpage, thedivinecounsel.com. This is an excerpt from an article I wrote for InterVarsity Press in one of their dictionary series. And just a quick definition on the right-hand side, you get a few papers, but not a lot of the material you'll get on the archive page. So I wanted just to make you aware of that. And we're going to jump in today because I know it's going to generate some questions. Now, I like to start, of course, in Psalm 82. And for the sake of our discussion here, since we have access to Logos, let me make this bigger. We're going to do it right from the text, okay, in the system. So this is the NRSV. God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Now, generally, I like to tell people the divine council is just an academic word for the heavenly host. Okay, the Lord of hosts, very familiar, epithet, title of Yahweh in the Old Testament. The hosts are those heavenly beings that are, subservient to him. So that's sort of a good pithy definition. It's not, terribly precise depending on the context because there's more to it than that. But divine counsel is biblical language. Okay, there are a number of words for council or assembly in Hebrew. The one that's here, I'm not going to bother, I guess I don't know what you have here, so let's just play. See what we have here on this. There we go. Open Lexham Hebrew Bible. So if you have a little Hebrew, we can just point a few things out here. We have Elohim Nitzav Ba'adat El. Adat is one of those words for council. Kahal is another one, council or assembly. Sod is another one, council or assembly, okay? It refers to a group, a deliberative body, if you will. So I'm just going to flick that off here. What we have here is we have a group somewhere in the spiritual world. We'll talk about why that is the case in a moment. And we have God presiding over it. And I'm going to use a little bit of the interlinear here. If I could open the pane, I don't know. This isn't my Logos here, so I'm not sure why the pane isn't opening, but let's just try it. Yep, we're not going to get the pane to open. Well, that's unfortunate. There we go. Reverse interlinear pane. That's what I'm looking for. So let's go back up here. Get rid of that. All right. So we have Elohim, and I'm going to use the English here. Pardon, but this is not my desktop setup, so I'm looking for Surface. There we go. And let's turn that off. Now we're back. All right, God has taken his place in the divine council. You notice when I click on God, right-hand column there, it's the word Elohim. It's easy. Okay, this is one of the most familiar words for God in the Old Testament. Most Bible students know Elohim is a word for God, capital G-O-D. And it's capital G-O-D because, again, not to bore anybody with Hebrew stuff, but here's the verb form. If I hovered over this, please open. Yes, it does. It's a singular verbal. It's a participle. So the grammar tells us that, hey, this Elohim here, even though Elohim is morphologically, in other words, the way it's spelled, im is a plural ending. We should translate this as a singular because of the verb it goes with, subject and verb. We have words like this in English, by the way. If I say fish, am I talking about one or more than one? You don't know. Right, there's no way for you to tell. I have to put it into a sentence. So the grammar tells you. The fish is in the tank. It's obviously singular now because is a singular form. If I say the fish are in the tank, well, now you know it's plural. Okay, Hebrew is the same way. So Hebrew has words like this, English has words like this, Elohim is one of these words. You don't know if it's singular or plural in meaning, that is semantically singular or plural, until you put it in a sentence. Doesn't matter how it's spelled. Okay, so if you're a fan, and God forbid if you are, if you're a fan of Ancient Aliens on TV, first of all, you should repent, okay, if you are. But they love to say things like, oh, Elohim's plural. That means the Bible teaches we were created by plural celestial beings and they must be aliens, you know. And then the guy with the big hair comes on and says it must be aliens. Giorgio, what a guy. No, it doesn't mean that. Okay, Elohim, it doesn't matter how it's spelled. You put it in a sentence and then you know. Now, if you keep reading here, capital G-O-D has taken its place in the divine council in the midst of the Elohim. Same word, 2 times, same verse. This one's plural. Because you can't be in the midst of one. You can only be in the midst of a group. Well, what about the Trinity, Mike? Trust me, you don't want the Trinity here because in verses 2 through 5, the big G God is taking the little g gods to task because they are corrupt. Okay, the Trinity is not in view here. Otherwise, we have serious theological problems. Like, you know, the rest of the members of the Trinity are hopelessly corrupt and evil. No, we don't have that here. What we have is one Elohim presiding over a council of other Elohim. Now, as I relate in my book, Unseen Realm, this was a watershed moment for me because I was at the University of Wisconsin. I'm in a doctoral program in Hebrew and Semitic studies. I am not a newbie to the Bible. I have 2 master's degrees at this point. I have taught for 5 years. I've taught 20 different courses in Bible. And I'm having a conversation with a guy before church. And I don't remember what the conversation was about, but I'll never forget the way it ended because it was life-changing. He had his Hebrew Bible with him. He had it open to Psalm 82, and he said, you need to read this in Hebrew. So I did. It's not complicated. And I don't remember a word of the sermon that morning because I looked at that and I thought, that sounds like a pantheon. That sounds like we'd get with Greece and Rome and Thor, or not Thor, but Zeus. And well, Thor in the Nordic religion, they had their pantheon too. But so I didn't really know what to do with it. And we're going to talk about what to do with it a little bit today. Because I had, fortunately, a second thought. And that was, okay, that looks like a pantheon, but I'll bet, odds are that Jesus knew that verse. And of course, I found out later he did because he quotes it in John chapter 10, quotes Psalm 82:6. And I'll bet Paul knew that verse. I'll bet the New Testament writers knew it. And somehow the theology they so clearly articulate in their own writings is not messed up by Psalm 82. How does that work? So that was the journey I went on. I want to show you a few other things here. Let's just go back to that slide. And I'm going to flip back here. One other thing to show you before we move on. So this is the first verse. Verses 2 through 5, like I said, God is excoriating the gods and telling them how they're failures and so on and so forth. And you get down to verse 6. I say, again, grammatically, syntactically, structurally, this is the capital G God speaking to the other gods. I say, you, let's click on you. That is a plural pronoun, so he's speaking to a group. You are gods. Elohim, there it is again, all of you. Children, see if I have to resize this. Oh, I don't, good. So this is B'nai, okay, plural. B'nai Elyon. Elyon is the Hebrew word for Most High. You are the children of the Most High. You Elohim, that I'm really mad at, are the children of the Most High. And there's only one Most High to a biblical writer. Again, this isn't rocket science. And that's the God of Israel. It's the God of the Bible. So these are sons of God, sons of Elohim, sons of Elyon, sons of the Most High, sons of God. It's the same thing, all right? So we have sons of God in a council who are called Elohim, and in this particular psalm, they're getting raked over the coals by the Lord of the council, by God himself. And he pronounces judgment. You're gods, children of the Most High, all of you. Nevertheless, you're going to die like mortals. Okay, you're going to die like Adam, humankind. Now, if they were humans, would that make any sense? Hey, you humans out there, you're going to die like humans do. Well, duh. Ooh, we didn't know that before. If that's like your verdict, like we came into the meeting, knowing we were going to die. It doesn't make any sense if they're humans. Why am I bringing it up? Because when I went out to look for help on Psalm 82, and my first reflex as an evangelical person, I went to evangelical commentators. That's what they tell you, at least back in the 1990s. There are a few exceptions now. Oh, the gods here are just men. Nothing to worry about here. We don't have polytheism here. The gods are just men. Really? I was not in a good mood when I ran into that, because I knew that was just ridiculous. And then at the end of the psalm, the psalmist breaks in here. Let's just inch it up here. And says, "Rise up, O God, judge the earth, for all the nations belong to you." So somehow, God is, all the nations belong to him, but the psalmist wants God to take action and make this so or act like it or whatever. And there's a reason for that. We're going to hit that in the second session. It's part of what's called the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. But you have a psalm here that, again, I had never seen any of this. And so, how in the world could I get to a doctoral program and never have seen this, never been, confronted with it or, had to deal with it? So, in Unseen Realm, I talk again a little bit about this. We're going to traverse a little bit more in Psalm 82 and Psalm 89. But what I had to come to grips with is, very basically, we've got a couple things here. We've got God, one Elohim judging other Elohim. The other Elohim are sons of God, sons of the Most High, and they're being sentenced to die like humans. So it looks like a pantheon. It looks like there's a lead deity that's picking on a few other ones because they're failures or something, okay? And I didn't know what to do with that because I was always trained, naturally, to think that the other gods were not real. They're just idols. They're just blocks of stone or wood. There's nothing to them. They have no substance. They have no existence. There's only one God that exists, and then Psalm 82 hits you in the face. So what do I do with that? Now, I'll put it this way. I have come to think like a biblical writer on this. The gods are real because the text says so. So I had to come to the point where I'm not going to elevate my tradition or elevate the way I've been told to think about a particular verse when it violates the text. Let's just try to embrace what the text says and see how that works. And it took me into all sorts of different places. You know, I'm not going to click out to every one of these, but Psalm 86:8. Do you believe this or not? There is none like you among the gods, O Lord. Do you really believe that? Biblical writers did. I'll tell you what the biblical writers didn't believe. They wouldn't be meaning this. There's none like you among the beings that we know aren't real, O Lord. There's none like you among or in the non-existent vacuum. In other words, for God to get any glory out of these kinds of statements, the comparison has to be meaningful. He has to be compared to something that he can be compared to, you know. We go to Psalm 95. For the Lord is a great God, a great king above all those other beings that aren't real. You know, you are better than beings that aren't real. Believe it or not, you're better than Captain America. You're better than Iron Man, even though it hurts to say that, because Iron Man was my favorite growing up. You're better than Spider-Man. Fill in the blank. You're better than a fictional character. You know why? Because you're real. They're not. They're made up. So do we really believe this stuff that the text says? Is the Lord a great God and a great king above all gods? Yeah, he is. But to make that a meaningful statement, you have to allow the text and the biblical writer that God inspired to consider that the gods were real and they are inferior to the God of Israel. Otherwise, the statement has no meaning. And there's a lot of statements like this. There's a truckload of them. Let's just go down to this one. I think this one has the most punch, really. This is Deuteronomy 32, and this afternoon we're going to go back a little bit to verses 8 and 9. It's going to be our focus. But Deuteronomy 32 is, in short form, the rehearsal of Israel's history. You know, they leave Egypt. God delivers them from Egypt through the hand of Moses. And, you know, they go to Sinai, and then they fail in Numbers 13 and 14, you know, because they're afraid of the Anakim. And then they wander around for 40 years, and eventually they become idolaters. Okay, the period of the judges. I mean, all this stuff. We know the story. And Deuteronomy 32 is a short form. But you get to verse 17, you know, sort of in the middle of that story. And here's what it says. They, the Israelites, let's just turn on our interlinear here. They sacrificed to demons. The word there is shadim in plural. These are not demons like you think of in the Gospels. Again, I don't think we're going to get into that today, maybe in a Q&A. But that's not what these guys are. A shade comes from Akkadian for shadu or shadu. It refers to a number of things, but one of the contexts it refers to is a territorial entity. It's a being that has power over a certain area. Okay? And that's what these guys are because of verses 8 and 9, but I don't want to spoil this afternoon, so I'm not going to scroll up there. But the Israelites wind up sacrificing to these deities in other places, other nations that are not Israel. How do we know? Well, they sacrifice to demons, not God. I mean, the God they should have been sacrificing to, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to sacrifice to these idiots over here, okay? To deities, oh, look at that, the word's Elohim again. They sacrificed to other Elohim they had never known, to new ones, like they just run into. You know, now that they're out of Egypt, they're wandering around and they encounter other deities that they have no history with. Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, they don't have a history with Chemosh or, you know, this or that deity. But the Israelites seem to, you know, run into a new deity and they say, oh, let's sacrifice to that one. You know, I'm being a little flippant here, but there's a reason why we had the exile, and it's primarily idolatry. But look at that. The Elohim are referred to as shadim, demons. Why is this important? How do we know that you know, they really believe that they were real? Well, let's use Paul for an example. I think Paul's probably a good source. You know, and I think you'd have to be a sort of an idiot to say that Paul didn't believe demons were real. because he has some confrontations with And you get to 1 Corinthians 10, this is one of the meat sacrifice to idols passages. The other one's 1 Corinthians 8, where Paul says, who gives a rip? We know, though there are other lords and gods out there that people call lords and gods, for us there's only one. Okay, so right away, he's not denying that the other ones are real. He's saying that they're not ours. And then he says, because of that, go ahead and eat the meat sacrificed to idols. Again, unless you have a weaker brother, then you need to, defer your liberty and all this kind of stuff. Well, you get to chapter 10, and he's a little more concerned, and, you can pick up any standard commentary on this. Paul okays in chapter 10 eating the meat if it's sold in the marketplace. Why? Because it is a step removed from the actual temple sacrifice, the actual ritual. What he's concerned about is participation in the ritual to these other entities. And look what he calls them. Does this sound like Deuteronomy 32:17? I imply that what pagans sacrifice, they sacrifice to demons and not to God. Demons, not God. I do not want you to be partners with demons. You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons. You cannot partake of the table of the Lord and the table of demons. Like, how many times does he have to say this? Are we provoking the Lord to jealousy? Are we stronger than he? And even that line, right down here, the Lord saw it and was jealous. Okay, what Paul's doing is he's quoting Deuteronomy 32:17 through 19. He's pulling out a few phrases from those 3 verses in Deuteronomy. Why is it important? Because Paul believed that demons were real. He quotes Deuteronomy 32 to make the point. And there, in Deuteronomy 32, these demons are Elohim. The Elohim are real. Otherwise, you'd have to deny or disagree with Paul. Good luck. Okay? I mean, you can do it, but don't call yourself an evangelical. Don't tell me you have a high view of Scripture if you're going to do that. I'm not buying it. Okay? You either respect what the text says, and Paul is very direct here. You have to deny Paul believed in, good grief, other supernatural beings here. Quoting a passage that calls them Elohim, or you just, or you accept it. You accept what the text says. And I had to go through all these hurdles myself. So I'm not like being a hard-nosed here against anybody. I had to go through every one of these steps myself. And I asked myself, at some point, well, okay, why does this trouble us? Why does it trouble me? And the reason is pretty simple. It wasn't simple at the beginning, but it took me a few months, and it finally clicked in my head. The reason I was bothered, that was the easy part. What to do about it was a little more difficult. But it's one of those things that when you see, it's like, this is so simple. How could you not figure this out months ago? It troubles us because we are trained as Christians, and just generally as Western people from the Judeo-Christian Western civilization tradition. We are trained to think when I see the letters G, O, and D on a screen or a piece of paper, our brains just default to, the letters G, O, and D mean a specific set of unique attributes. G-O-D means eternality, omniscience, omnipotence, omnipresence, creatorship, sovereignty. We think that those attributes come from the letters G, O, and D, that they are inseparably related, because that's how we're taught. There's only one G-O-D, and so therefore if there's only one, then it must point to these attributes. Now the big problem is that the biblical writers did not think that way about the word Elohim. And if you're paying attention, you already know why. Because they use Elohim as a term of things that are not the God of Israel. If Elohim meant to them a list of attributes that are unique, they would never use the word of something else other than the God of Israel. That would be a theological contradiction if the word itself meant those things. But they don't do that. So what's an Elohim? Well, the God of Israel, we saw that, Psalm 82. Council members, okay, who are, again, lesser than the big G God, they're called Elohim. Gods of the nations, we didn't click out to this one, but this is a list, or it mentions 3 deities, Astarte, Chemosh, I'm trying to remember the third one. There's a few deities mentioned there, and they're all called Elohim. Even the goddesses, by the way, are called Elohim. Like the biblical writers don't use the feminine form of the lemma, even for goddesses. Everything's an Elohim. Really? So like Astarte is ontologically, attributionally equal to the God of Israel? No biblical writer is going to think that. And in fact, it's impossible because you can only have one uncreated being. You can only have one eternal creator of everything else. By using the word Elohim, they're not saying that these other deities are the equal, the essential equal of the God of Israel. They're not saying that because they're not thinking in terms of attributes. How about the Shadim, demons? Okay, no, they're not on par with the God of Israel. But they're called Elohim, Mike. Yeah, I know. The problem isn't that they're called Elohim. The problem is that you're thinking when you see God, it's talking about a list of attributes. It's not. And this is the adjustment that you have to make. I like the last one, 1 Samuel 28:13, because I think it's the most vivid, again, kind of funny, kind of absurd, illustration. But this is the medium at Endor, also known as the Witch of Endor. It's toward the end of, what's going to be the end of Saul's life. And so Saul has been forsaken by God. He's anointed, Samuel anointed David. I mean, by this point, Samuel's dead. He has died before you hit 1 Samuel 28. I don't know what chapter it is, but he's dead and buried. And so Saul has nobody to talk to. God will not hear his prayers. He can't go to Samuel and say, I'm sorry, or what should I do? He's alone. And so he decides, I really need to talk to Samuel. So he finds this woman, okay? Let's go up to verse 9. He finds the woman, the medium at Endor. And in Hebrew, she's referred to as the Baalat Ov, or Ovot, the mistress of the spirits. The woman said to him, surely you know. I mean, she doesn't know it's Saul yet. She's having a conversation with this guy. Surely you know what Saul has done, how he has cut off the mediums and the wizards from the land. Why then are you laying a snare for my life to bring about my death? You're trying to entrap me. And but Saul swore to her by the Lord, as the Lord lives, no punishment shall come upon you for this thing. Then the woman said, okay, I'll trust you. Whom shall I bring up for you? And he answered, bring up Samuel for me. So when the woman, we're not told what she does, but whatever she does, Samuel comes. When the woman saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice. Now she does the math in her head. And the woman said to Saul, why have you deceived me? You are Saul. Like she's thinking she's going to die now. Like she really was entrapped. He's lied to her. And the king said, don't be afraid. Have no fear. What do you see? And the woman said to Saul, I see a divine being coming up. Well, let's see what that is. I see an Elohim coming up out of the ground. And Saul says, what does he look like? And she describes him, an old man wrapped in a robe. And Saul knew it was Samuel, and he bowed his face to the ground and did obeisance. And then they have a conversation. And we know this is Samuel because the content of their conversation is stuff that Samuel said earlier to and about Saul in the book of 1 Samuel. And basically Samuel's like, sorry, but like the stuff I said earlier isn't going to change. You're doomed. The Lord has rejected you, so see you later, Basically he leaves him without hope. But the point here is that the members of the disembodied realm of the dead are called Elohim. No biblical writer, I would say frankly, no Israelite with half an ounce of sense would think, oh, my deceased grandfather, my deceased aunt, my deceased child is on an ontological par. They're equal to the God of Israel. It's ridiculous. But they're both called Elohim. Elohim has nothing to do with a specific set of unique attributes. And until you grasp that, and again, I had to go through this whole process, until you understand that, you're going to read Psalm 82 and think, I better call the gods men there, or else I have polytheism. And that's where all of the commentators land, if they're evangelical anyway. At least, again, back in the 90s. I haven't checked every commentary that's come out since then, but it's very frustrating. They'll mention divine council stuff and Israelite religion, but these are the Jewish elders, that's the judges of Israel, it's the authorities that Israel had, and they're just men, so don't worry about it. Now the critics, okay, those who don't have any sort of theological confession, we pejoratively refer to them as liberal critical scholars, and some of them deserve it, but some of them just don't have any theological commitments, but they're not hostile. They love Psalm 82. Oh, they're all over that. Why? Because it allows them to argue that Israelites, even biblical writers, evolved from polytheism to monotheism. I can give you the names right now of evangelical scholars who write books for the popular level and have podcasts that say that. Okay, I reject that. Because what they're doing is they're playing with a wrong definition of Elohim. Honestly, they've not thought very deeply about it. No biblical writer is going to think that all these Elohim are on the same level. And that's what you need for polytheism. You essentially need interchangeable deities. Yes, they can have different attributes, but there's no reason why some or a small group aren't essentially interchangeable. All the polytheistic systems have this. You have sort of a core group, that they can battle it out, and one, wins over this one on any given day or any given, arrangement. That is not what you have in the Hebrew Bible. No biblical writer is going to think that Yahweh could be displaced or replaced even for a millisecond. How do we know that? Well, because the biblical writers do describe Yahweh of Israel as omnipotent, as all-knowing, as eternal, as creator, as sovereign. It's just that those attributes and those descriptions don't come from a single word, Elohim. They come from lots of passages where those things are said and described, and they are specifically denied to all other Elohim. A biblical writer would believe there's lots of Elohim. Spiritual world's full of Elohim. It's an active, animate spiritual world. Lots of Elohim floating around up there. But none of them are Yahweh. Yahweh is an Elohim, but none of them are him. That's what they believe. And as soon as you realize that, Psalm 82 is no longer a problem. When you think about that, it's like, well, how simple is that? I mean, all I had to do was look, and it's boring, trust me, just to look up a few thousand occurrences of Elohim. If you're having trouble sleeping, this is my insomnia, cure. Do the kinds of things that I did or that you have to do in grad school. But you soon quickly realize that they're using this term with some elasticity here. And that's the key. That's the key. We don't have polytheism, we don't have henotheism, because even henotheism is the idea that there's a bunch of gods and one's just better than all the others. And that sounds more biblical, but the problem is in henotheistic systems, the lead god can be displaced through whatever circumstance, a battle, or he fails over here, and it didn't rain for 2 years, you're out of here, we're going to worship somebody else. The biblical writers are not thinking in those modes. Now, the average Israelite might be. You have to realize the average Israelite doesn't have a Bible. There is no printed Bible. The average Israelite, anything they know theologically, they're going to get it from three places. They're going to get it from a priest, their parents, and maybe a prophet if they get to hear one. Okay? Nobody can look stuff up. Nobody has a systematic repository of truth in the biblical period. It doesn't exist. So the average Israelite, who knows what they're believing, but the people that wrote the scriptures, again, under inspiration, that are providentially prepared by God, okay, they do have the truth, and they record it and preserve it for posterity. We have to sort of put ourselves in the real world circumstance of what's going on here. So this is how you should look at Elohim. In the spiritual world, here's my primitive drawing of the spiritual world here. And by the way, I could go off on this drawing too, because I hope you realize, because I get questions about, well, like, are there like different places in hell and different like neighborhoods and like the righteous go to Sheol? Does that mean they go to hell? Jesus Apostles' Creed, descended to hell, which is a terrible translation of Hades, but that's what the Apostles' Creed has. Like, is it all like one block and then like different houses? The problem is, the spiritual world is a place that doesn't have height, depth, or width. It has no spatiality. It has no latitude or longitude. But we, as embodied beings that experience spatiality every moment of our lives, are forced to use the vocabulary of embodied physical existence for a place that doesn't have any of that stuff. So this is why we get descriptions like we do in the Bible of neighborhoods in the afterlife. Well, there's a good neighborhood, a bad. You don't want to go over here. You got to stay away from that one. And then if you're in the bad part of town, the bad part of the spiritual world, there are some places that are even worse than others. Again, we're forced to talk about a placeless place or a non-spatial place with this vocabulary. So like sometimes I would tell students things like, okay, we're gonna do a little assignment, in-class writing assignment, and what I want you to do right now is describe the spiritual world, but you're not allowed to use any terms that have height, depth, or width, or spatiality. Go. And they look at you like, what am I supposed to do now? Okay, let's change the assignment. I want you to draw a spirit being, but you can't use any vocabulary of embodiment. Go. I got a blank piece of paper. How's that? You win. Okay, that's the answer. We don't have the language to describe a thing we have never experienced and actually have no part in living in. We are left to use the vocabulary we have to do the best we can. And the biblical writers are no different. God picks them and says, no, do the job. Use the language that you have because you're writing to people that use the same words. Even if I downloaded super fantastic, nonsensical to everybody else vocabulary, but that would be the perfect vocabulary, anybody reading your stuff isn't going to be able to understand it. So it defeats the communication enterprise. That isn't what God does, okay? God picks people, says, here's what I want you to do. He prompts them to write something, do a good job, and okay, 2 thumbs up, you pass, that'll do. God knows he's dealing with people. He knows what he's working with, and he's fine with using them. Okay? He's made that decision, he's going to do it. So when we come to the spiritual world, in the spiritual world, you've got a lot of Elohim. You have the council members, the demons, quote unquote, gods of the nations, disembodied dead, and you have Yahweh, of course. And Yahweh is a Godhead. Last night we talked mostly about the two, the binitarian, okay, the two Yahweh figures. Yahweh is more than one person in one essence. And by the way, that is not a unique idea to the Hebrew Bible. You can find that idea like in Assyrian texts as well. So I'm sorry, Bart Ehrman, or again, some other scholar that wants to say all these ideas are invented later. You don't know the material. Okay, you just don't. Other nations have this category that a deity can be two deities in different places and yet be the same. Okay, that's not an invention, that is in the Bible alone and something late. They have these categories to think about deity with. So, this is why, just rabbit trail one more second here. If you're interested in that subject, I recommend to you Benjamin Sommer's book. It's Sommer. He is a Jewish professor of Hebrew Bible at the Jewish Theological Seminary. Hint, he's Jewish. Okay? He is not an evangelical Christian, but his book, Bodies of God, talks about this. Now, you'll have to pardon him because he doesn't have all the Christian nuancing, so he's going to sound a little bit like a modalist. If you know what that is, then you can catch the drift here. But he will say things point blank in his book, that the idea of a Christian Trinity is perfectly compatible with the Hebrew Bible. That is a Jew saying stuff like that because he knows the wider ancient Near Eastern material. And we talked about the two powers thing last night. I mean, again, there are streams of Judaism that are well aware of this. So, again, this is what we need to be thinking about. Elohim as a term, think of it this way. You would use Elohim as a term to describe something if that something was a member of the disembodied spiritual world. That's all it is. It has nothing to do with a specific set of unique attributes. Yahweh is an Elohim. No other Elohim is Yahweh. That's their theology in a nutshell. Now, I often get questions. All right, so we're going to go through some FAQs. And by the way, I don't have a clock here. Well, I guess I do have a clock. Of course, I don't remember when we started, so I'm going to ignore the clock. So, I have a habit of doing that anyway. Clocks are a big fail, with me. So, a couple of FAQs. Isn't it true that the Old Testament calls Jewish elders or judges gods? This you'll get all the time. And there are people who post things on YouTube or whatever, internet, snickering at me and, Heiser's is just, this is ridiculous. Doesn't he know this? Yeah, I know it. Okay, that would mean, again, the gods here are just people. More broadly, the Jews get to be children of God. Newsflash, like the rest of us. Acts 17 said that. Paul said that to the Gentiles too. They get, that's all it means. The gods here are just men. Isn't that true? Short answer is no, but I don't like short answers. Let's go out to Psalm 89 for this. This implodes in two quick ways, and then you get into the nuts and bolts of the stuff. So here's Psalm 89. Now remember, what you're supposed to believe is that in Psalm 82, the gods in the council are just men. Yes, I know you're thinking, well, why are men sentenced to die like men? Just throw that out of your head. Yes, I know that's a contradiction, but let's just pretend verse 6 isn't there. So here we have Psalm 89. Let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. We get some of that council language, that good chunky goodness council language right there. For who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord? Well, that's heavenly beings. We have B'nai Elim. So it's not B'nai Elyon this time, it's B'nai Elim. So sons of God, which again we have sons of God in Psalm 82. They're just called the sons of the Most High. And for the biblical writer, there is only one Most High. It's God, so they're sons of God. Who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings is like the Lord? A God feared in the council of the holy ones, great and awesome above all that are around him. You say, well, what's the point, Mike? Well, the point is that Psalm 89 has the same council language with sons of God, just like Psalm 82 does, but it has one thing Psalm 82 doesn't. The council is in the skies. So again, the last time I looked in both my Bible and the world around me, we don't have a bunch of Jewish people in the skies ruling things. I'm sorry, but we don't. We don't have a group of Jewish mortals ruling anything in the spiritual world either. How would that make sense? It doesn't make any sense, but you will see this all the time. The skies, again, this is vocabulary for where God lives, just like the heavens. Shemayim, here it's Shakach. How do we describe, again, as beings who are embodied and we don't have the vocabulary to describe what it's really like to be disembodied and placeless? That we're not confined by space and time. How do we describe? We can't. So what we do, and biblical writers are no different, they use the language available to them to describe where God is and where not. So God lives up there. He lives in the heavens. His host are the starry skies, the heavenly host, the celestial host. God might also live on the top of mountains. By the way, in the biblical world, they didn't have REI, where you'd go buy equipment and then go climb a mountain. They don't do that. They don't have oxygen tanks, okay? Nobody is going to the top of mountains. The gods are perceived to live there because it's remote, it's distant from icky mortals. But they like to live in the heavens. They're celestial beings. Some gods will live in the sea for the same reason. Because you can't live there. You don't live there. It creates distance. It's otherworldly. It's an otherworldly existence. This is why the gods live where they live. We could drill down and talk about how the gods also live in paradise gardens and paradise mountains, because, of course, the gods would have the penthouse. When they come to earth, okay, they live in the best places where there's no want. They always have enough water. They always have enough food because of the gods. Like, duh. They're just going to have the best of everything. Again, these are the ways that biblical writers and other writers across cultures, this is the way they describe beings from this other world using ideas from our world to communicate the distance between us and them, to indicate the otherness of them compared to us. It's just how it's the only strategy you have. And Shakach and Shemayim, this is what it's trying to accomplish. The council's in the skies. It's up there. It's where the spiritual world is. It's up there. Again, there aren't, I see a Jewish guy. He just floated across. No, it's ridiculous. And it's amazing you'll find this in academic literature. They'll also appeal to Exodus 18. Now again, remember, this will be interesting to see if my visual filter came over. Let's just see here. Oh, bummer, it didn't. So that has to be resident on my laptop. So we learned something. Okay. Let me think here. Do I have... You know what? Pardon me for a second. Let's see here. I'm going to make one just so that you can see it here. Let's make a visual filter. And I'm going to search. Let's just do it this way. Hopefully I won't mess it up here. So we got the lemma. No, don't want that. All right, let's try to do it this way then. See if that works. Okay, well, we'll take a whack at it. See if it works. Okay. Oh, it did. So now, I just made a visual filter for all of the places in, again, the translation here, that use the word Elohim. Now remember, what we're asked to believe is that the Elohim are just Israelite leaders and judges and the people who make decisions for the community and whatnot. And people will go to Exodus 18 because this is the chapter where Moses, at the behest of Jethro, appoints judges, appoints help for Moses, because it's just too much for Moses to do. So let's take a little tour through Exodus 18 and see where Elohim occurs. There's Jethro, the priest of Midian, heard all that God, Elohim, had done for Moses. Now, he hasn't heard what the Israelite judges did for Moses. Okay, crossing the Red Sea. It wasn't a bunch of traffic cops, okay, Jewish elders holding back the water. It was the God of Israel, capital G. We go down here, we're at the mountain of God. That's obvious, Sinai. We know who that Elohim is. Oh, here we have a lowercase one. I know that the Lord is greater than all gods, and specifically it's the gods of the Egyptians that he just defeated. So we know who those deities are, the losers. So Moses' father-in-law brought a burnt offering and sacrificed to God. He's not sacrificing to other Jews. He's sacrificing to the God of heaven. They eat bread with Moses' father-in-law in the presence of God. They eat the sacrifice there, so on and so forth. The people, Moses explains to Jethro why all these people come to him with questions. They come to me to inquire of God. They're not coming to him to inquire of the Jewish judges or elders because they haven't even been named yet. So this is capital G. I make known unto them the statutes and instructions of big G God. Okay? Moses' father-in-law says, you shouldn't do this. It's just, it's too much work. Now listen to me. Verse 19. I'll give you counsel, and God be with you. You should represent the people before God, and you should bring their cases before God. Do that. Keep doing that. When they have a really hard question, you, Moses, take that question to the Lord. Okay? That's good. Teach them, all this stuff. But, verse 21, you should look also for able men among all the people, men who fear God. It doesn't say men who fear themselves, okay? Men who fear God are trustworthy and hate dishonest gain. Pick some men to help you out. Let them sit as judges. You notice that the word judges is not highlighted here because it's not the word Elohim. It doesn't say, let them sit as Elohim for the people. No. It doesn't say that. So if we want to turn on our interlinear, judges is shophatim, or the plural anyway, this plural verb form. Let's see here. Let them bring every important case to you. If you do this and God so commands you, then you'll be able to endure. This is good advice. And now we're at the end of the chapter. So does Exodus 18 teach that the Israelite judges are Elohim? No, it doesn't. And neither does any other passage. Now, if you want some of those other passages, because some of them are a little more interesting than others, go to the archive I showed you at the beginning of the session. drmsh.com, put in Monotheism archive, you'll find the web page. Look for the specific article on it's the one that talks about Elohim with a plural verb form, a plural predicator. You need to know a little Hebrew for that, but I think you can still get a lot out of it even if you don't. That's a published peer-reviewed journal article I wrote. This is a bankrupt position, but you will find it consistently in commentaries. You just will. And it's too bad, but you will. So, no. The answer to that frequently asked question is no. I just showed you some of the reasons why. Another one, don't phrases like none besides me, none like me. God says there's none besides me, there's none like me. Don't they contradict this? Well, I would say those phrases, do not, but the argument goes the phrases can't be true. God can't really say there's none like me if there are other Elohim that exist. Now, you already know the answer to this because Elohim itself as a term it's not about a specific set of attributes. So you actually already know the answer to this. But, in longer form, these statements are statements of incomparability. Now I'm going to save a little time here. I'll just summarize this rather than go out to all the passages. You remember Deuteronomy 32:17 when the Israelites sacrificed to Shadim, who are called Elohim right there in the verse, and then Paul quotes that verse to talk about demons. And obviously Paul thinks they're real. And so do I, and so should everyone else that has a high view of Scripture, to be perfectly blunt about it. That's in Deuteronomy 32. Now, in Deuteronomy 32, you have, around verse 39, you have one of these statements. There's none besides me. There's none like me. Now, wait a minute. We just saw that there were Elohim back in verse 17. My favorite illustration for this, though, is Deuteronomy 4:35. I'll show you that verse here, just so you know what it says. I should turn off the visual filter here, but in fact, I'm gonna, just so it doesn't get in the way. Wrong button. There we go. So let's turn that off. To you it was shown so that you would acknowledge that the Lord is God. There is no other besides him. Okay, this is Deuteronomy 4:35. Now, in the next session, I'm going to do a little bit more with Deuteronomy, but if you track through Deuteronomy 4:19 and 20, the Israelites are forbidden from worshiping the host of heaven, whom the Lord has allotted to the other nations. So the worship of these other celestial things, okay, God says, I've basically sentenced the other nations to worship them, not you guys, not Israel. You keep reading through Deuteronomy and you hit Deuteronomy 17. The host of heaven that we're not supposed to worship in Deuteronomy 4 are called Elohim in Deuteronomy 17, 1 through 3. You keep reading to Deuteronomy 29, 23 through 26. It uses the allotment language again of the host of heaven. This is why God judged the land, because they went off and worshiped the host of heaven who were not allotted to them. Then you hit Deuteronomy 32, verses 8 and 9, which will be the next session. And you have other sons of God appointed to the nations and the nations to them. And this is where we get the fragmentation of humanity, which is the basis for Old Testament spiritual warfare, which we'll talk about. Then you keep reading and you hit verse 17, and those beings that God punished the nations with, Israel winds up worshiping them. They worship the Shadim, these territorial entities that have control over these other nations. And Israel sins by worshiping. Deuteronomy has a whole theology, here's the point, of other Elohim. So that should tell you that when you run into, in chapter 4, verse 35, Deuteronomy 32, 39, that the writer's not, well, I know we've got all this theology back there, but I'm just going to deny it here. Or I know we have all this theology coming up, but I feel like I'm going to just throw a monkey wrench into the thing and I'm going to create a contradiction within the book I'm writing. Haha. Hope you figure that out. Okay, it's not a contradiction. These are statements of incomparability, and I think really easily the place to go for this is there are a couple of places where these denial phrases show up where denial of existence is not possible. Or you would probably be like an insane person, okay? So Isaiah 47. Let's just move this over here. We'll resize it. Make it a little bit bigger. Close that off. Now if we go up to verse 1, this is about Babylon, okay? So you keep reading down here, and you get to, let's see here. You say, I shall be mistress forever, so that you do not lay these things to heart or remember their end. Now therefore hear this, you lover of pleasures, who sit securely, who say in your heart, I am, and there is no one besides me. So the prophet is railing, and God through the prophet is railing against Babylon, and here's one of Babylon's claims. There's no one besides me. So are we really to read the same denial phrase that you're going to find elsewhere when God is comparing himself to other Elohim? If we're saying in those passages that there's none besides me means that there are no other gods that exist, well, I guess Babylon is claiming that there are no other cities on the planet. Again, what Babylonian priest, or slave or whatever is going to say, yeah, we're the only city in the world? It's not what they're saying. Babylon is saying, I'm the best. I am incomparable. I have no equal. It's not a statement of non-existence. It is a statement of incomparability. You get the same thing in Zephaniah 2, and this time it's Nineveh. This is the exultant city that lives securely and said in her heart, I am, and there is no one else. Well, Nineveh, you got a problem because Babylon thinks they're the only city that exists too. So you guys go fight it out. That's not what's being said. They're not statements of non-existence. They are statements of incomparability. The claim to be without equal. So no, we don't have a problem here. We don't have a contradiction here. Third frequently asked question. Why does God need a council? Isn't he omnipotent and omniscient? What could the council do that God can't? Of course, the short answer is he doesn't need a council. Of course not. For these very reasons. He is omnipotent. He is omniscient. God doesn't need a council for any of these things. Do we know? Do any analogies occur to us? Why does God need the church? The answer is, he doesn't. Why does God need you? Why does he need me? The short answer is, he doesn't. God could very well do everything he wants to do in the blink of an eye and be done with it. So the larger question is, why does he use you and me and the church? And why does God allow participation of other heavenly beings in a council to make decisions? Why does he do that? The answer is, he just likes to do that. That's the way he operates. And there's a deeper reason for it. It gets us into the whole image of God concept. Imaging is a status. It is not a quality. It's not an attribute given to humans. It is a status. And it's also a status given to the beings that God made like himself in the supernatural world. This is actually why we get plural language in Genesis 1. You have two families, essentially. The spiritual family, the human family. Originally, they were supposed to be one in one place, Eden. Heaven comes to earth because earth cannot go to heaven. Where God is, his entourage is with him. His servants are with him. He creates humans to be fit for sacred space. It is the most natural thing in the world in God's head to have humans with him, with the rest of his heavenly host. That's what's lost at Eden and what is being regained in biblical theology all the way to the end of the book of Revelation. Okay, I just gave you the biblical meta-narrative in like 30 seconds. That's what it is. God does this because he created them and he created you, humans, in such a way, he shares his attributes with us, that he can make them, and here's the image idea, he can make them his proxies. We are his proxies, his representatives on this planet. Humans are. Now the fall that is marred and messed with, it's not lost. We know that because of Genesis 9:6. Okay, we're not going to worry about that right now. But believers are the only ones that can even have a prayer of imaging God properly. Because we also have the Holy Spirit. Okay? I mean, all these concepts you know, Holy Spirit, image of God, kingdom, they're all interlocking. And this is the problem that we have, sorry for the rabbit trail, but this is the problem we have within churches, serious churches, the real ones, the believing ones, like this one. Every church has the same problem. And that is, we are tasked as those who teach and preach, we want to communicate biblical knowledge and biblical truth. But the difficulty isn't so much giving you data points. Because if you stick to the text in your preaching, people are going to learn the scriptures, and that's what the pastor's job is, fundamentally. But it becomes difficult to know what to do with the data points. You have to have some sort of overarching story or meta-narrative or whatever. You got to have a framework into which the pieces fit. Think of how you build a puzzle. You create the perimeter first, and that gives you guidance on what to do with the rest of the pieces, and you build it out. Again, the problem is we have a lot of people who know biblical data points, but they don't have anything into which to put them so that they can see how they interconnect. That's the issue. And so all these things are familiar. They were familiar to me, they were familiar to you, but I didn't have any means to see the interconnectivity of it. That's what's missing. Again, and you're fortunate to be at a church that this is the effort that's being made. And it's not easy. It's a difficult task. It just takes a lot of time. And this is one of those things, Why does God need the church? He doesn't. Why does he use it? Why does he use a council? Because he created beings to not only be his children and to represent him. He created them to be partners. That's part of imaging. We act as he would in our place. Okay, we are essentially him to the rest of the world. The ultimate imager is Jesus. That's why he's called the image of God. You realize Jesus is called the express image of God in the New Testament. We are being conformed to the image of his Son. Okay, this is discipleship. It's becoming more like him and behaving like he does and is and would do. All these things are interlocking. They're interrelated. So a couple of examples. Again, we're basically running out of time here. I'll show you one. Well, I might cheat and show you two. This is Micaiah. The short version is, Micaiah is a prophet of Yahweh. He's in jail, under the wicked king Ahab. And Ahab wants Jehoshaphat in the south, the southern king, to partner with him in a battle. And so Jehoshaphat goes up and visits with him, to talk about this. Ahab trucks out all his prophets, and oh, Ahab, you're awesome, thumbs up. Yeah, you're the big dude, you're going to win. Go up there and kick butt in remote Gilead. And Jehoshaphat's looking around and he actually asked, "Is there a prophet of Yahweh around here we could talk to?" And Ahab says, "Yeah, I have one of those, but I hate that guy because he says I hate him because he never tells me what I want to hear." So they bring him out, and Micaiah, sort of acts like the Baal prophets at first to make a joke of the whole situation. But then he gets serious and he says this. So Micaiah said, "Therefore hear the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne with all the host of heaven standing beside him to the right and to the left of him. And the Lord said, who will entice Ahab so that he may go up and fall at remote Gilead?" Then one said one thing, another said another, like a debate breaks out in the meeting of the heavenly host, in the council. I got this idea, that idea. No, your idea is stupid. So they actually have a little debate until a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord saying, "I've got it. Okay, I'll entice him." "How?" the Lord asked. He replied, "I'll go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." And then the Lord said, "Yeah, that'll work, because I know Ahab really well. He's going to fall for that immediately. It's going to appeal to his ego, all right? I'll go out and be this lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets." The Lord said, "You will entice him, you shall succeed, so go out and get it done." Now, earlier in the chapter, God has decreed that it's time for Ahab to die. But he lets members of his host participate into how we get that done. How are we going to carry out the Lord's decree? He lets them participate. And we could go to Daniel 4. This is a little quicker. We'll skip Daniel 7 because we saw that last night. Daniel 4, this is Nebuchadnezzar is visited by a watcher, that is a holy one. And this is when he gets visited by this supernatural being, and the being says to Nebuchadnezzar, because you're so arrogant, you're going to go insane for a while. You're going to eat grass, your fingernails are going to grow real long, you're just going to be basically an animal. But I just want you to know why this is happening to you, because you're a jerk. Okay? So, they go through this, and you get down to, let's see here, verse 17. The sentence is rendered by decree of the watchers, plural. The decision is given by the order of the holy ones, plural. It's a council decision. You go down to verse 25, we realize that we don't have a rogue council here. Here, you've learned that the Most High has sovereignty over all the kingdom of mortals and gives it to whom he will. Right here, this is a decree of the Most High. So God and his council are in agreement. But nevertheless, the text actually says, and the watcher tells Nebuchadnezzar, the council has decided that you're going to be a beast for a while. Sorry. Not sorry. So God just chooses to do this. Last one here. What about Jesus? Haven't you ever wondered, Son of God, sons of God, because you have sons of God in the Old Testament that are supernatural beings. Like how do we do this? How does this work? How can Jesus be the Son of God? We're not going to go to John 10. We don't have time for that. But John 3:16, we all know, for God so loved the world that he gave his only, in some translations, only begotten Son. Okay, the word there is monogenes. Let me just show it to you so you know I'm not making it up. Ooh, lots of highlighting here. You must like this passage. Okay, ESV has only, all right? There it is, monogenes. It used to be thought that monogenes, the Greek term, came from two separate Greek words, monos, which means alone or only, and then genao, which is a verb which means to beget, to produce children, okay? And so this is why older translations, or again, pretty traditional translations, will have only begotten. This really isn't the opinion anymore, again, through a variety of reasons. Now it's considered that monogenes comes from monos, one or only, and gene, which means kind or type. So the term literally means one of a kind, unique, which is why you get only here. Some other translations will have God gave his unique Son. And what's interesting about it is the term actually shows up in Hebrews 11:17. By faith, Abraham, when he was tested, offered up Isaac, and he who had received the promises was in the act of offering up his only son. There it is, monogenes. Question: was Isaac Abraham's only son? No. In fact, he's not even the oldest son that Abraham had. Ishmael was born earlier by a different woman, which is actually the key. Why is Isaac referred to as monogenes? Because he's unique. He is the son of Sarah, who could not have children. And he's also the son of the promise. That's why he's called monogenes. So it's perfectly fine to have multiple sons of God who are celestial beings. That doesn't step on Jesus in any way, because Jesus is monogenes. Jesus is unique. What's unique about Jesus that isn't true of all the other ones? He is God. They are not. He is. He's also eternal. He's got some other attribute things going for him, in his pre-incarnate state. But this is why there's no contradiction. And it just requires a little bit of thought. So that's actually the last slide. We can stop here. And I don't know, Cody, I don't know how much of a break you want to take, but we will hit the next topic. I would guess in 10 or 15 minutes, something like that, 10 minutes. All right, well, in this session, as you can tell from the title slide and what I said last time, we're going to talk about spiritual warfare. And specifically, we're going to talk about the Old Testament roots to the idea. So it is not, as the slide says, just a New Testament idea. And you might wonder, okay, where is spiritual warfare taught? I mean, if you had something like Logos or you had a concordance, and let's say you were in Deuteronomy 32:17 and your English translation had demons there for shadim. If you searched for that term, it only occurs one other place. So you only have two references to shadim in the whole, Old Testament Hebrew Bible. So that isn't much. And again, this is what you'll read in a lot of sort of standard treatments of the cosmic powers of darkness or demonology when it comes to the Old Testament. That it doesn't really know this sort of thing. Now, what I'm going to show you, again, is going to contradict that. And I will mention a few things as we go. That, again, if you're interested in the subject, maybe we'll get it in Q&A or what. But I want to start sort of with a little story, a little confession again. When I got out of high school, I went to Bible college. So I went to Bible college for 3 years. And I finished my undergrad at a liberal arts Christian university. Took some Bible classes there. I wound up having a double major in Bible and history. So I had, we'll call it 5 years. And I went to seminary a total of 2 years, 1 year at 2 different places. So now we're up to 7 years before I hit, secular graduate school. I wound up going to graduate school at Penn for Egyptology and ancient history, and then Wisconsin for Hebrew and Semitic languages. But in the 5 years, or 7 years, that I had in evangelical institutions studying Bible, this is not an exaggeration, I had 1 clock hour, not credit hour, like a 1 credit class that lasts for 15 weeks. No, I had 1 clock hour, 60 minutes of instruction on angels and demons in 7 years. Now, at the time, you don't think anything about that. As time went on, what sort of soaks into your head is, well, if this stuff were important, or if there was anything to really think about here, they would spend more time on it. 60 minutes in 7 years. Okay, there's a lot more to think about than 60 minutes in 7 years. And a lot of it is just either omitted intentionally. I don't think that's the case with most things. I think it's just missed because we tend to, even with our professors, we tend to sort of perpetuate this subject the way we were taught it, and then we just sort of mimic, what we're doing to the next generation, our students and whatnot. So this, I would venture to say, unless you've read Unseen Realm and especially the Demons book, it's going to be new. And you can always read those books again to get the details. But typically, if I asked about spiritual warfare, you would think, oh, okay, the serpent, Satan, the fall, maybe Job 1 and 2, because we have, in English Bibles, capital S, Satan in Job 1 and 2. Some will say the adversary, which is actually better. But you might sort of mentally default there. A lot of people will think of Daniel 10. And so for the time that we have today, this is where I'm actually going to start. In Daniel 10, we have, this is a familiar passage, but let me just, right here, scrolls a little bit too fast. We have Daniel in conversation with a supernatural being. And the being says, the prince of the kingdom of Persia withstood me 21 days. But Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me, for I was left there with the kings of Persia. And if you go down, we've got this figure mentioned again, Prince of Persia. I will return to fight against the Prince of Persia. When I go out, behold, the Prince of Greece will come. So a lot of Bible students are familiar with Daniel 10, that we have supernatural princes that are associated with national entities, geopolitical entities. And we know they're supernatural because the one they're fighting against is Michael, who is the prince of Israel. We find that out in Daniel 12. Michael is one of the chief princes. Later, Jewish literature are going to refer to Michael and these other chiefs as archangels and whatnot. So a lot of people are going to think, okay, spiritual warfare, it must be Daniel 10. That must be the place in the Old Testament where this sort of kicks into gear. Of course, Daniel's really late in the biblical storyline. They're in exile. And it creates this impression that there isn't a whole lot happening here until you get to this incident. Maybe connecting it back to the visions of Daniel 2 or Daniel 7 with the 4 empires. Very few people ask what is actually an obvious question, though, if you really think about it. Where does Daniel get this idea? Now, you could default and use the easy answer, oh, well, God just popped that into his head when he was writing the book of Daniel. Regardless of the fact that the book of Daniel never says that Daniel wrote it. We'll just put that to the side at this point. But you might think this is new information. It's not the case. Daniel actually has something he's drawing on that makes complete sense with this notion that there are supernatural beings over geopolitical entities, nations. And that's what we want to look at, because the history of this idea is a lot older than Daniel's time period. So I'd like to jump into this talking about Genesis 1 through 11. Again, we're only going to focus on one of the three rebellions, but you might not even be familiar with the three rebellions. So if I like to sort of break into the question this way, when I get this in Q&A or maybe on an interview or something, it usually goes something like, are demons fallen angels? What about a third of the angels rebelling? I mean, because this is sort of the way that we learn how to talk about cosmic powers of darkness. And so I have to sort of stop and say, okay, we need to get oriented here. We need to have the right orientation. So I use this question. If you were to walk up to the average Christian and ask, why is the world such a mess? Why is humanity depraved? Why do we have evil like we do? The answer that the average Christian will give you is, and this is the answer I would have given, even while I was a doctoral student in grad school, was, that's the fall. It's what happened in the Garden of Eden. The serpent, Satan, snake, all this stuff. That's why. But if you actually read, and it's a ton of stuff, the literature in between the testaments, when the Old Testament ends, the New Testament begins, there's this whole period, intertestamental. Scholars refer to it as the Second Temple period, because that's when the Second Temple's built after the exile, and then we go on into the New Testament period. So it's about 500 years, and there's a lot of stuff written. No Jew would answer that question the way that Christian just did. If you ask the average Second Temple Jew, why is the world so evil? Why are humans so depraved? How did we get into this mess? Nobody's going to say, oh, that's Genesis 3, you dummy, don't you know your Bible? The answer you would get is, well, there's actually three reasons why the world is the chaotic mess that it is. Now, the first of those three reasons is what happens in Genesis 3. Because in that story, we have the first indication that we have a supernatural being. By the way, the serpent in Genesis 3 is not just a snake. Genesis 3 is not a zoology lesson. Oh, snakes used to be able to talk, just like in the first book of the Chronicles of Narnia. No, it's not a zoology lesson. Everyone in the ancient world, you can pick any civilization of the ancient Mediterranean, when animals talked, they didn't think, oh, well, animals used to be able to talk. They thought, no, animals don't talk. The gods must be up to something. They're either inhabiting this thing or they come in the guise of this thing and they're up to something. One of the Egypt's case is the shipwrecked sailor. It's got this big serpent, that is it's not a fall story, but it's a very easy, sort of parallel. What's going on here is I go through all the data in both Unseen Realm and the Demons book, and I shouldn't say all the data. I'm actually withholding a lot of information about the way I take Genesis 3. There's a lot in Unseen Realm, there's a lot in the Demons book, but trust me, I could do a whole other book on stuff that isn't in those other two books on this. We have a supernatural rebel. And this passage in Genesis 3 has connections to Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. And I know Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 are not about Satan. I know that. I understand it. It's very obvious. They're diatribes against the king of Babylon and the king of Tyre. But the way these two kings are portrayed draws on the story of a supernatural rebel in the divine council. That's what's lurking in the background. That's how the kings are portrayed. That's how their hubris and their arrogance are portrayed. Isaiah 14, the king says, I will be like the Most High. I will be above the stars of God. All of those phrases, I will ascend to the heights. Okay, this is all language for divine counsel, both within the Hebrew Bible and in other Canaanite texts. Okay, we have the story of a divine rebel who is rebelling against heavenly superior authority. And that's what happens in Eden. So we get the first figure on the supernatural side that is opposing God's will. And we also get the first human rebellion. So that's the first installment of, again, 3. So Genesis 3 is important. But we also get 2 more. We get the incident with Genesis 6, 1 through 4, the sons of God and the daughters of men, okay, which Peter, when he references in 2 Peter 2, angels that sinned, he puts it at the time of the flood, and they are in Tartarus, they are in the abyss, which Genesis 6 doesn't say. But the wider, again, the Greek version of the story of sons of God and daughters of men before the flood, the Titan story does have them there. And more importantly, the Mesopotamian story, that's the backdrop to Genesis 6, 1 through 4, also has them. Again, unseen realm, reversing Hermon, the Demons book has all the details. Genesis 6, 1 through 4 is about, I'll use Peter's terminology or Jude's terminology, the transgression of the boundary between heaven and earth. Okay, it is a divine rebellion. It is a divine transgression that has a dramatic impact on humans. The original Mesopotamian story accounts for every element of Genesis 6, 1 through 4. Sons of God, daughters of men, this weird interbreeding sort of thing, whatever that is, going on. And it also accounts for Genesis 6, 5. Have you ever wondered when you read Genesis 6, 4, the weird stuff, sons of God, Nephilim, and all that? Then you get to verse 5, and what does it say? And God saw that the wickedness of man was great upon the earth, and that every imagination of the thought of his own heart was only evil continually. Well, how do we get people end up like that in light of the first 4 verses? If you knew the Mesopotamian story that Genesis 6, 1 through 5 is responding to, you would know the answer to that question. And it's weird because the older Mesopotamian stuff actually is known in between the Testaments by writers of books like 1st Enoch, the Genesis Apocryphon, and a few others. They know this backstory, and they use it to retell Genesis 6, 1 through 4. The answer is that when the sons of God come down, they don't just want to create their own imagers, which is a transgression. They're mimicking God. They want their own people to be their proxies on earth. They are not authorized to do that. So that's one issue. But the other issue is that they teach humans certain things to bring up civilization. The Babylonian version of this is why Babylon was great, because the gods gave us divine knowledge. This is why Babylon is superior to everybody else. And it's why we're just at the top of the heap. To the Israelites, the Jewish authors, it's like, well, what did they teach you? And you actually get a grocery list in both the Mesopotamian stuff and, again, Second Temple Judaism. Things like astrology, arts of warfare, fashioning weapons to more efficiently kill each other, drugs, astrology. Idolatry is the big one. Arts of seduction to proliferate immorality. All these things are actually listed out in both texts. Genesis 6, 1 through 4 is sort of a little capsule form. But this is why the New Testament connects false teaching. Peter and Jude, read it. Who do they compare false teachers to? The angels that sin. Lo and behold, there's a context for that. They're sent back to the abyss, or they're in chains of gloomy darkness, as Peter has. Peter uses the word tartarao. They're sent to Tartarus, which is where the Greek Titans are imprisoned. Again, that's the Greek equivalent of this story. Mesopotamian story, they're sent to the abyss from whence they came to never return. All the elements are there. Everybody in Second Temple Judaism knows this, and they all accept it as a supernatural and human problem. Supernatural rebellion that proliferates and accelerates human depravity and self-destruction. So that's the second problem, second reason we have a chaotic mess. And the third one is Babel, and this is where we're going to park today. Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, and of course this is going to link into Psalm 82. Now, let's go to Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9, but think about Genesis 11. This is the Tower of Babel story. I'm just going to take that off for the moment. If you read through the Tower of Babel story, guess what? You're not going to see any supernatural beings in there except for God. Okay? So you say, Mike, where do you get this idea? Where did Jews in between the Testaments get this idea that somehow there's a supernatural rebellion problem here along with the other Babel stuff? Because I'm reading Genesis 11, I don't see it. It's a very familiar story. Well, if you go to Deuteronomy 32, 8, and 9, you will see it. The problem is that most of our English translations do not use the Dead Sea Scrolls in Deuteronomy 32, 8. ESV does. The NRSV does as well. NLT probably does. It's a little hard to tell from the translation, but I think it does. But let's go with ESV. It's the most literal. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance. In other words, when the nations are formed, when these different national groups emerge and they get land. Okay, this is the result of Babel. When God confuses the languages, okay, he fragments and disperses people in judgment. At Babel, people are still not obeying what God wants them to do. After the flood, God tells Noah, okay, now we're going to repeat the Edenic idea again. Be fruitful and multiply, and I want you to spread over the earth and all this stuff. We're going to try again to restore Eden, to restore what was lost. We used a flood to deal with the proliferation of depravity. We're going to try again. You go to Genesis 9:19. Let's just use the other translation for that. You get a very specific connection. These are the three sons of Noah, and from these the whole earth was peopled. If you go again to the next chapter, Genesis 10, what do you get? The table of nations descended from Noah and his sons. Then Genesis 11 is the story of how these nations came to be in terms of their distribution. And that is what Deuteronomy 32 is referencing. When the Most High gave the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. Now, other translations, here ESV has a nice little footnote. Compare Dead Sea Scroll Septuagint. The Masoretic text, that is the traditional Hebrew text, reads sons of Israel. Like the King James, sons of it. And I grew up in the King James as a new believer. So I literally never saw this. It was invisible to me. What you say, well, what's the point here? Well, verse 9, you need to get the full point. So God divides up the nations according to the number of the sons of God. So there's some kind of equivalence being drawn. There's some kind of relationship, analogical relationship between the nations and other members of the heavenly host that aren't God, but they're part of the heavenly host. They're part of, the entourage, so to speak. And the nations are somehow aligned. Let me use Deuteronomy 4 language. They are allotted, okay, to the members of the heavenly host, and the members of the heavenly host are allotted to them. These are the ones that the other nations worship. You, Israel, the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is his allotted heritage. You only worship Yahweh. The Lord, our God, is one. We worship only one. Okay? The other nations have other gods allotted to them. You do not worship them. They are under judgment. They are under punishment. Essentially what happens in Deuteronomy 32 is God divorces humanity. I'm done. It's our third try at this. We had Eden, and we had to do the flood. Now we're here, and you're doing the same thing. You're disobeying me. You don't want me to be your God. Fine. I'm going to punish you. I'm going to allot you to other gods, other sons of God. And they're going to be placeholders. They're going to, be your supervisors now. Now, God wants them ruled well. How do we know this? Because all humans are God's imagers. And God, right after he sentences them, right after God divorces himself from the rest of humanity. So God is childless in one sense after Babel. The Adam and Eve experiment is done. But God doesn't want it to be done. He's done with these people, at least for a long time. So, because what God does right after he does this is what's the next thing that happens in the biblical storyline? He says, now watch what I'm going to do. I'm divorcing you people, and I'm going to divide you up into these national entities, and I'm going to assign other supernatural beings, to your leadership, and you're going to worship them, or you wind up worshiping them. So I'm not going to relate to you one-on-one or anymore individually. I'm done. We're done here until I say otherwise. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm not giving up on the original idea. I'm going to go to Ur of the Chaldeans, because there's a guy and his wife there that are perfect for my next move. I'm going to call this Abram guy and his wife, who can't have children. She's perfect. Because when I enable her to have a child, there will be no doubt among those people and the rest of you that this nation exists to be the new Adam and Eve, and they exist only because of a supernatural act of God. So they're perfect. God calls Abram. We know the story. He makes a covenant with Abram. And what does he say in the covenant? Genesis 12:3. He promises Abraham a few things, and he says, now, I want you to know that it's through your offspring that someday someone from your offspring is going to be the thing or the person through which all of these other nations will be blessed. God has not forgotten about them. He has not put them on the shelf permanently. They are under judgment. Now, in the course of the Old Testament story, people from these nations can choose to come over and believe in the God of Israel. Rahab does. Naaman does. Apparently the widow of Zarephath did too. She was willing to put her life on the line for Yahweh's prophet. By the way, the widow of Zarephath and Naaman are Jesus in his first sermon at Nazareth. They are his two examples of faith. And he pits two pagans over against the Pharisees. And that made them happy. Okay. These two obscure pagans. I'll show you what real faith is. It ain't you guys. It's these two pagans over here. People could do this. But the reality is that they're enslaved. And God didn't intend for them to be directed away from him and enslaved. That's what Psalm 82 is about. God is angry with the way the situation has developed. They're created with free will just like we are. It's one of the attributes of God. Again, this all goes back to divine imaging and what that means. God is angry with them and says, because you have sown chaos among your nations, because of the injustice that you sow among these people, I'm going to punish you. You're going to die like men. Now, it's an eschatological judgment. We know that from other passages in the prophets. We also know it from the New Testament, which we'll get to in a moment. But this is the picture. This is the third rebellion, the fragmentation of humanity. This is the reason why idolatry becomes rampant. It explains the rest of the Old Testament in a number of ways. If you want the details on, by the way, the Dead Sea Scrolls stuff, and again, if you're having trouble sleeping, okay, this is on the archive page, this article I published through Dallas Seminary's journal. So it's not a liberal journal. Sorry. There it is, Dallas Seminary. But the Dead Sea Scrolls read, he divided them up according to the B'nai Elohim, the sons of God. Right here's the text, 4Q Deuteronomy Q, and in a transcription. So, we have this situation where we have a death problem because of Genesis 3. Everything dies now. Humans are estranged from God. So that's one reason why the world's a mess. The Genesis 6 thing is really about the dispensing of divine knowledge or forbidden knowledge to help humans more efficiently destroy themselves. The Nephilim problem is taken care of by the time of David. That's a secondary concern, even though we tend to fixate on it. They were more concerned with the depravity that it created. And then the third problem is the nations are worshiping other gods. And they're slaves to those sons of God who somewhere along the line just either failed or they became corrupt or whatever, but it's not a good situation. It's something that God hates. That's why the world is a chaotic mess. We have three reasons in intertestamental Jewish thought. Now, if you believe this, you also believe that when the Messiah comes, he's supposed to fix all three, not just one. He's not here to fix Genesis 3 and leave the other two go. He is here to fix all of it. And there are lots of things in the Gospels and the epistles that say, yeah, he does that. One other note here, again, about the sons of Israel reading. Again, you don't have to be a textual critic and know about the Dead Sea Scrolls and Qumran. Israel didn't exist when Babel happened. So God isn't going to divide the nations according to the number of the sons of Israel. There is no Israel. That comes later when God calls Abraham. Again, it's not permanent. It explains certain things in the Old Testament. You have Abram, which we just talked about. It's interesting that Israel is referred to, and every Israelite is referred to as a kingdom of priests. Yeah, Israel had a priesthood, Leviticus, we all know that. I know Leviticus is everyone's favorite book, I know. We know this, they had a priesthood, but they, as an entity, as a nation, they were supposed to be a kingdom of priests and a separate nation unto God. Why? God just likes when people behave oddly. No, they're supposed to be a mediator. They're supposed to be an example of what life is supposed to be like, what life could have been like in Eden, where we have the true God, his presence with us. I mean, Israel had no police force. Do you realize that in the Old Testament? There is no police force like to enforce all these laws, okay? You're supposed to be living in the most optimal way in relationship with the true God to attract people in the nations where they are enslaved and living in chaos, where there is all this wickedness, the bloodshed, the immorality, the terror. You're supposed to be an example of what they should want. But Israel fails. And they fail pretty miserably and pretty quickly, to be honest with you. And that's why we have the issue with Psalm 82. This leads to what scholars also call cosmic geography. And again, I say the Babel thing really explains the rest of the Old Testament, because it explains why it's Israel against the nations, it's Yahweh against the gods. That whole situation derives from what happens at Babel, this last rebellion. Supernatural beings attached to geopolitical entities. What does that sound like? It sounds like Daniel 10. This is where Daniel gets his theology. He gets it from Deuteronomy. He gets it from the Torah. I mean, where else would a good Jew get his theology but from the Torah? Okay? It's right there, but again, we can't see it unless, again, we're reading with, the best primary source material. But there are other passages that this, explains as well. I'll just give you a few of them, because there's cosmic geographical things in lots of stories, both Old and New Testament. 1 Samuel 5 is when the Philistines have the Ark of the Covenant, which, it's a funny story, and I don't know why it's doing that, but let's just go to this. We'll just type it in. 1 Samuel 5. Of course, I'm assuming I can type. The Philistines in the ark. Let's just shut the visual filter off again. Get rid of that. So they've captured the ark. And again, this is a story we tell in Sunday school because it's comical. When the Philistines captured the ark of God, they brought it from Ebenezer to Ashdod. Then the Philistines took the ark of God and brought it into the house of Dagon and set it up beside Dagon. And when the people of Ashdod rose early the next day, behold, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground before the ark of the Lord. And everybody laughs. And it's funny, okay. So they took Dagon and put him back in his place. Dagon needed some help. And again, the Philistines know that the idol isn't the actual deity, because if you smashed the deity, you just build a new, or you smash the idol, you just build a new one. The logic of idolatry was people made objects, and then they would perform ritual ceremonies. The most common one is called the opening of the mouth. Egypt had it, Mesopotamia had it. It's you go through a bunch of ritual actions to animate the deity, to let the breath, let the spirit being come in and inhabit, to animate, to enliven the idol. This is the theology. It comes to live inside the object or attach itself to the object. This is the logic of idolatry. It localizes the deity in that sense for different purposes. So, there are actual Mesopotamian texts where idols get destroyed during wars, and the people don't sit down there and cry like, oh, our God is dead now, what are we going to do? No, okay, we got to go build another one. Then we got to go through the whole ceremony again, and then the deity will come and live in our little thing that we made, and everything will be great. So, idols and deities, there is a relationship intrinsically between them, but they are not the same thing. They are two related but distinct things. Okay? So we have here, Dagon falls face flat. They put him back up again. And, the next morning, Dagon had fallen face downward on the ground before the ark of the Lord. The head of Dagon and both his hands were lying cut off on the threshold. Now again, they don't conclude, well, I guess Dagon's dead now. We don't have Dagon worship anymore. No. Only the trunk of Dagon is left. This is why, here's the line. This is why the priests of Dagon and all who enter the house of Dagon do not tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod to this day. So after this time, they're going to get rid of the ark. They can't get rid of that thing fast enough after this. But they keep worshiping Dagon in the same house, the same temple. But this time, when they go through whatever they're doing, they take great care to not walk on the place where they found the idol of Dagon smashed up. Why? Because they know this little patch of dirt is under dominion of Yahweh. This is where Yahweh had victory over Dagon. He owns this land right here, and we aren't taking any chances. So we're going to do what we do for Dagon, but we ain't walking over that. Again, it's this notion that deities are attached to places. Not just objects, but places. Let's go back here. 1 Samuel 26. I'll just summarize this one. When David gets kicked out of Judah, David holds up with the Philistines actually for a while, running from Saul. So he's outside of Judah, and David is upset. And he's complaining that, how am I supposed to pray and how am I supposed to worship the Lord when I'm not in Judah? So is David denying omnipresence? Is he a really bad theologian? No. He knows that to properly worship God, he has to be in God's land. And he's troubled by the fact that he's not. It's where he belongs. This is Yahweh's domain. It's a very simple idea, again, from the perspective of the biblical worldview. Let's go to 2 Kings. 2 Kings 5, I think I had 17 there. This is the Naaman story. Again, this is another one we tell in Sunday school because it's a great story. But do we understand what it's communicating in terms of the worldview? Cosmic geographical worldview. So Naaman, important guy, captain of, Syrian army. He's a commander. And he has leprosy. So he's complaining. We would all complain if we had leprosy, let's be honest. And a little girl in his household overhears him. She's a little slave girl that was taken from Israel as a captive in war. And she says to her master, my paraphrase here, quit griping. I'm sure she didn't say it quite that way. But what's the problem? Why don't you go to Israel and talk to the prophet and he'll take care of your leprosy? And he's like, what? So eventually he becomes convinced, okay, we're going to take a band of men, we're going to go down there. And at first, he goes to Elisha, and Elisha won't even come out to meet him. which is a real insult. He won't even come out of the hut. Yeah, I know who it is. Just tell Naaman to go down to the Jordan and wash 7 times, and problem solved. And Naaman gets ticked. It's like, we got better rivers back in Syria than this little, mud hole. I mean, what? And so he's angry, but again, somehow his men convince him to do it. Like what's the harm? Just go ahead, just try it. And so he does. And again, we know the story. He comes out after the 7th time and he's clean. And now he's freaked out. So, I mean, you look at what he says here. Oh, let's see. He returned to the man of God, he and all his company. And he came and stood before him, and he said, "Behold, I know that there is no God in all the earth but in Israel." That's a huge statement for a pagan. He's Syrian. He's not a Jew. Like, he's just denying that his own gods are legit. Okay, I know there's no God in all the earth but in Israel, so accept now a present from your servant. So he wants to give the prophet something in return. Elisha says, no, we're not going to do that. Then Naaman said, well, if you won't take it, please let there be given to your servant 2 mule loads of earth, dirt. For from now on, your servant will not offer burnt offering or sacrifice to any god but the Lord. Why does he ask for dirt? Because it's Yahweh's dirt. Okay? Yahweh is connected to the land. I'm going to take some dirt, all that my 2 mules can carry, and I want to take it back home. And we're not told exactly what he's going to do with it, but maybe he made a little altar at home where he can sacrifice to the Lord on the Lord's ground, even though he's not there. It's here with him. The dirt is with him. Maybe he puts some in a little pouch, because he actually says, hey, I got to go into the temple of Rimmon from time to time. May the Lord pardon your servant. When my master, the king, goes into the house of Rimmon to worship there, he's leaning on my arm. He's kind of old, and frail. And, when he bows, I kind of have to go with him. When I bow myself in the house of Rimmon, the Lord pardon your servant in this matter. Is that okay? And Elisha says, yeah, that's cool. Go ahead, take your dirt. You're okay. Again, this is why, again, to Jesus, this is one of the examples, the great examples of faith in the Old Testament that Jesus appeals to, against the Pharisees. But it's cosmic geography. Daniel 10, we've already looked at a little bit. Prince of Persia, Prince of Greece. I have a little reference to the Septuagint. Septuagint is the Greek translation, the ancient Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. One of the terms used in some of the Greek manuscripts for Daniel 10 is the word archon, and it's one of Paul's words for the principalities. I mean, there's other vocabulary connections between what Paul says and the Old Testament, but this is a clear one. So how does this relate to the New Testament? I mean, we'll get back to Paul in a moment, obviously, but just a few things in relationship to Jesus. Now, we're not going to talk about the gates of hell because that actually refers to the second rebellion, the whole giant clan issue with Bashan and all that. So you can read about that in the books. But there are a couple of things, again, and I'm going to pick 2 for the sake of time here, that are really interesting. Let's see if this will click out right to the passage. Yeah. It clicks out to demons first. Oh, that's because I had the passage in here. I can just read it. So, this is the exorcism of Legion, which, again, is a story we're familiar with in the Gospels, and this is the Mark 5 record. So they came to the other side of the sea, to the country of the Gerasenes, and when Jesus had stepped out of the boat, immediately there met him out of the tombs a man with an unclean spirit. By the way, we're not going to look at the footnotes here, I promise, but in the demons book, there's a section of the book where I talk about the phrase unclean spirits. There's a whole scholarly book on that. It's somebody's dissertation that got published on where does the term for unclean and impure spirits come from. The short answer is, what is the concept of uncleanness and impurity in Torah? It is fundamentally about one thing: forbidden mixtures. The weird thing with the clothing, what it's made of, and you don't mix this with that, and this meat and this other. Forbidden mixtures. Why would demons be connected with forbidden mixturing? Because of Genesis 6. That's a forbidden mixture. It's a transgression of a boundary. And this is why Second Temple Judaism has its own theology that we're completely ignorant of demonology. And a lot of it is hooked back into Genesis 6, which we are taught, I was taught, that there's nothing supernatural going on there. The sons of God there are just the sons of Seth. Again, the sons of God are just humans there, just like they're humans in Psalm 82. There's nothing to see here, citizen, move along. Okay, nothing to see here. This is one of the rare subjects in Second Temple Judaism where basically all of the source work, the source texts agree. A demon that you encounter in the Gospels is not a fallen angel in Jewish thought. And it's based on a few passages in the Old Testament we're not going to get to today. But a demon is the disembodied spirit of one of the dead Nephilim, one of the dead giant clans. And they go by different terms. Nephilim, Anakim, Rephaim, Amim, Zamzumim. There's a whole bunch of ems, okay? When you killed one, because it was spawned through a supernatural process, supernatural act, whatever that was, when you killed one, the body died and the spirit lived on, seeking re-embodiment. That's what a demon is. It is an unclean spirit because it was brought into the world through forbidden mixture. They have a whole theology of this. And you get little vestiges of this like in Isaiah 14, in Ezekiel 32, when you get these visions of the underworld, the realm of the dead, you see Rephaim in there. Okay, that's where they live. They live in hell, so to speak. Okay. So again, there's a lot of strands that bleed into the idea, but this is what Jesus is encountering here. Except we get legion. So it's the man with the unclean spirit. He lived among the tombs. Again, we know the story of what he's like, and so he says to Jesus, and when he saw Jesus from afar, he ran and fell down before him. And crying out with a loud voice, he said, "What have you to do with me, Jesus, Son of the Most High God? I adjure you by God, do not torment me." For he was saying to him, "Come out of the man, you unclean spirit." So the legion is begging for mercy here. And Jesus asked him, "What is your name?" He replied, "My name is Legion, for we are many." And he begged him earnestly not to send him out of the country. Okay. See, they're in Gentile territory. They're herding pigs here. Okay. They're herding swine there. So the place where it happens is significant because, well, I'll get to it in a moment, but just, again, this is not like your normal Jewish turf here. Don't send me out. This is where we belong. They're out in the desert. It's Gentile territory. A herd of great pigs was on the hillside, and Jesus permits the unclean spirits to go out and enter the pigs, and so on and so forth. Now, I wrote here, it's noteworthy that Jesus, again, had limited his ministry to a Jewish audience before this chapter. This is Mark 5. This would not be unexpected as Israel's Messiah. His entrance into the country of the Gerasenes, Gentile territory, in Mark 5 indicates a departure from his pattern. Now, if you compare, and these are just two passages, when he's in Galilee and he runs into, this situation, "What have you to do with us?" the demons ask, Jesus of Nazareth. But when he's outside holy ground, okay, because this is under Gentile dominion at this point in history. Now it's all of a sudden Jesus, Son of the Most High. Does the Most High sound familiar? That's Deuteronomy 32 language. When the Most High divided up the nations, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. Okay, so even the demons know this. Okay, there it is. Sending of the 70, 72. This is only in Luke. It's Luke chapter 10. I'll just summarize it. When Jesus sends out disciples for the first time and this is part of inaugurating, launching the kingdom of God. He doesn't send out 12. He sends out 70. Some of your New Testament translations will have 72. It doesn't matter because the same Old Testament reference is in view, and that is the table of nations in Genesis 10. If you use the traditional Masoretic text, if you count the nations, it's the number 70. If you use the Septuagint, the number 72 because they divide a couple in the Septuagint. So he sends out disciples in a number that is a symbolic number and a symbolic act to reclaiming the nations. What's the theological messaging? Jesus is saying, and by the way, this is in Luke. Luke is probably a Gentile. I would say he's a physician, he's very likely a Gentile. He's writing to Theophilus, who again is very likely a Gentile. And he's the only one that includes this story because it's about Gentile. It's about Gentile reclamation. It's about reclaiming the nations that were divorced at Babel and assigned to other members of the heavenly host, who, again, pervert their charges and enslave their populations and turn their hearts to idolatry. Jesus is saying, yeah, I'm the Messiah of Israel, all right. I'm the son of David and the son of Abraham and all that stuff. But I just want you all to know, everybody who's watching me send out the 70, I want you all to know that what I'm doing here in starting the kingdom of God includes every nation. I am not here to reclaim just Israel. I am here to reclaim all of it. Every last inch. Go get them. I mean, because he gives them power over demons and stuff like this. But just the number and the act in the gospel in which it appears telegraphs certain ideas. That again, this is part of spiritual warfare. And since it's connected to the Great Commission, that's going to become important because ultimately that's what spiritual warfare is. If you go to the book of Acts and Deuteronomy 32 worldview, I spent a lot of time in Unseen Realm talking about this. And if you don't have the book, you can get the details there. But how many times have we heard this passage preached or read it? Day of Pentecost, divided tongues as a fire. Again, this is a screenshot. Divided is the Greek lemma diamorizo. Say, who cares? Big deal. We learned another Greek vocabulary word. Okay. Well, if you search for diamorizo in the Septuagint, one of the occurrences just happens to be in Deuteronomy 32:8. What a coincidence. The nations are divided tongues, okay? You say, so what? You keep reading, and the people who listened to all this real weird tongue stuff going on at Pentecost, they were bewildered. Sunkeo. If you search for that lemma, oh, what a coincidence. One of those is in Genesis 11, the Tower of Babel story. If you keep reading through the book of Acts, or let's just stay in Acts 2 for this point, you get all these names of place names in Acts 2 from all the people who are there for Pentecost. The list, if you read through the list, it moves from this side, which would be your right-hand side, to the left, right to left. So it proceeds from east to west. And of course, when it hits the ocean, nobody lives in the ocean, except for Crete here, but it branches up and down. All of the regions that are listed in the book of Acts correspond regionally, and in some cases by name, to the regions represented in Genesis 10, the table of nations. That's not a coincidence. What has happened is because of the exile. You want a good illustration of God using evil? Why do we have the exile? Idolatry. That's why Israel lost the land. They're wiped out. Northern Kingdom in 722. The Assyrians, of course, deport everybody, then they import other people, to mix the populations so they're not fighting for their homeland anymore. And of course, the two tribes in the south get taken to Babylon and all that. So a lot of them remain in Babylon, and the rest, the other 10 tribes, are scattered throughout the known world. Who knows where they end up? Well, what that means is that there are Jews everywhere else in the Mediterranean that cover regionally all of the turf covered in Genesis 10, the Babel event, the third rebellion. And so at Pentecost, by this time in history, people from all of these places will go to Jerusalem for Pentecost. That's what they do. It's one of the big annual events here. And in this Pentecost, when they get there, they hear something different this time. This visit's going to be memorable for all sorts of other reasons. They're present at Pentecost, and Peter, the book of Acts in chapter 2 says 3,000 of them become followers of Jesus. They see what's happening with the Spirit's descent. Peter, has this sermon. This is the inauguration of the new covenant. The Spirit has come. He's come because Jesus of Nazareth, you put to death, but he rose again and he ascended to the Father. The Spirit comes, and this is the new covenant spoken of by the prophets to redeem us from permanent exile and all this stuff. And 3,000 of them believe. So what do you think they do when Pentecost is over? They go back home. So now we have the gospel seeded in every place among the nations that were disinherited at Babel. Little cell groups. This is why when Paul, in his missionary journeys, goes into a town, he already finds believers there. Like, how does that happen? It happens because of Pentecost. Pentecost is a beachhead event. It's designed to infiltrate everything else around. The whole business of Pentecost is not just to tell the Jews in Jerusalem it's time to repent. The business of Pentecost is saying we are going to reclaim the nations beginning right here. Right here. Now, there's one place, you see the red line over here to the left. This is where the list in Acts stopped. There's one place that's an outlier. It's not listed in Acts 2. And if you keep going through Acts, you see other places. Here's the Genesis 10 list. There's the line from the previous slide. You keep going in Acts, and you hit Acts 8, you get the gospel taken to Samaria. Why is Samaria important? For a couple of reasons. It was the capital of the apostate northern kingdom, the one that was conquered by the Assyrians in 722 BC and taken into exile. Again, the Assyrians move them out, they move people in, and the people who were left there, they intermarry with the people brought in, and they produce the Samaritans. They're half-breed Jews, which means the other Jews don't like them. This is why John chapter 4 says that the woman at the well is surprised that Jesus is like, sits down and has a conversation with her. Because she says, look, dude, don't you know that the Jews don't have any associations with Samaritans? This is Sychar, hello? It's Samaritan territory. Jesus is like, big deal. I have something bigger in mind, okay, than this prejudicial approach. But the gospel gets taken to Samaria. We also run into, Simon Magus there. You keep reading in Acts 8, the Ethiopian eunuch. Okay, down the Nile, south. Okay, what we typically don't know is that there was a Jewish colony all the way down to the Aswan Dam. It was at a place called Elephantine. Okay, that's long before Jesus' day. So basically, there's a pattern developing here. All of the places where you have a Jewish presence, or that belong inside the parameters of the promised land, need the gospel first. Okay, it's a pattern: Jew first, and then to the Greek. Now the Gentiles have been seeded all over the ancient world, but now we're going to obey Acts 1:8. You're going to be my witnesses in Jerusalem, in Judea, and then the uttermost parts of the earth. This is what they're doing. They're doing it systematically. And Luke is recording the progression of what they're doing. So we're going to all the places that are somehow connected in the Old Testament to Jews, Jewish presence. So that's why we get an Ethiopian gets the gospel. He's reading Isaiah. Okay, he's seen it before. And he's this Jewish presence down there in Africa. Azotus was Philistine territory. The Spirit takes Philip, puts him in Azotus, supernaturally transports him there, and then he works from Azotus northward up into this strip of land, this area, again, that was Philistine territory. It still belongs to the God of Israel. Finally, you get all this, you get Saul converted in Acts 9, and now we have evangelism to the Gentiles. The Jewish stuff's covered, we're good. Time to beat Saul up on his way to Damascus and say, I have a different plan for your life, Saul. There's an internal logic to the book of Acts. And you go through, and the only place that's the outlier, let's see here. I don't know if I have it. Let's go back here to the map. The only place that's an outlier, look at the line, is Tarshish. What's Tarshish? Well, it is listed in the table of nations. But if you know your geography, what is that? It's Spain. Okay, twice in the letter to the Romans, Paul writes, he's in chains, he's on his way to Rome to stand trial before Caesar. And it's Acts 15. I mean, Paul's either a crazy man or he knows something we don't. Acts 15, I think it's 24. Oh, let's see here. Or no, it's not Acts 15, it's Romans 15, sorry. So he's writing to the Romans. He's never been there. He wants to see the believers there. I hope to see you in passing as I go to Spain. Paul, you're in chains. You're going to be put in a Roman prison, and who knows how the trial is going to turn out. Paul's like, yeah, I know, but I'm on my way to Spain. Okay. At present, however, I'm going to Jerusalem, bringing aid and blah, 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 So you go down here and he mentions Spain again. I believe for Spain by way of you Roman guys, and we'll have a great time. But I'm only going to be there a little while because I'm going to take off and go to Spain. Like, what's Spain? Paul knows it's the last place in his mission that is not accounted for in the nations that were disinherited. He is the apostle to the Gentiles. And I can't prove this, but I really believe that Paul believed he would not die until he finished the job. There's one little place I know the gospel hasn't gone to yet, so I got to get to Spain. Got to make sure we finish the job, and then who cares? Then I can be with the Lord or whatever. But there's no other logic as to why he would even be interested. So again, you have this internal logic to the story that is linking the Great Commission, reclaiming the nations. The nations are under what? Principalities, powers, authorities, rulers, thrones, dominions. So if you look at Paul, well, here we go with the Spain, I just got ahead of myself. If you look at the vocabulary Paul uses for cosmic powers of darkness, here's the list. Rulers, principalities, authorities, powers, dominions, thrones, world rulers. He does occasionally use the word demon, in 1 Corinthians 10, connection with the temple ritual. But this is mostly how he refers to the cosmic powers. What do they all have in common? All of these terms are used both in the New Testament and outside the New Testament in Greek literature for geographical rulership. Every one of them. This is Paul's view of his task. Paul knows he is the apostle to the places that are under the princes of Daniel 10. They are under the fallen gods of Psalm 82. And he knows Psalm 82. There's something in Psalm 82 that, again, that's hidden from our eye that I'll show you here in a minute. If it's not in here, I'll just throw it in. But Paul, this is how he thinks about his ministry. This is everywhere he goes, he's going into contested territory. It's just part of the job. He's not doing it in the Lord's geography. This is why Paul, I've given you a few passages here. I do have the Psalm 82 one in here. When Paul talks about the resurrection, there are about a half a dozen passages where, while he's talking about the resurrection, he doesn't focus on the kind of body we're going to have. That's typically how we think of it. He does it in 1 Corinthians 15, but then he goes off and he includes this other thought too. But in a lot of these other passages, he's not really concerned about what the resurrection means to getting a new body. He links it specifically to the defeat or the nullification or the stripping away of the power and authority of the principalities, the powers, the rulers, all this stuff. Why would he put those two thoughts together? Why would, in Paul's head, when he thinks resurrection, he thinks of their powerlessness, the lack of authority? Why would he do that? I'll just give you a couple of examples. So Colossians 2. See to it that no one takes you captive by philosophy and empty deceit, according to the human tradition, according to elemental spirits of the world, not according to Christ, so on and so forth. So then he talks about buried with him in baptism, raised with him from the dead. And all of this, again, we could relate it to soteriology and the fact that we're brought back to God. And Paul does all that stuff, forgiveness of sins. But then he adds this thought. He set aside the record of debt, nailing it to the cross. He disarmed the rulers and authorities and put them to an open shame. So the resurrection somehow disarms them and puts them to an open shame, triumphing over them. 1 Corinthians 15:20. In fact, Christ has been raised from the dead, the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. For by a man came death, by a man has also come the resurrection of the dead. For as in Adam all die, so also in Christ all will be made alive. But each in his own order. Christ the first fruits, then it is coming those who belong to Christ, then comes the end, when he delivers the kingdom to God the Father after destroying, interesting word there. Now here it's not disarming, it's destroying. We'll come back to that in a moment. Destroying every rule and every authority and power. He must reign until he has put all his enemies under his feet. And the last enemy to be destroyed is death. So again, he links these two things. Let's just go to Romans 15. This one's kind of interesting. I mean, 1 Peter does this as well. It's not just Paul. For I tell you that Christ became a servant to the circumcised to show God's truthfulness in order to confirm the promises given to the patriarchs, and in order that the Gentiles might glorify God for his mercy. As it is written, therefore I will praise you among the Gentiles and sing to your name. And again it is said, rejoice, O Gentiles, with his people. And again, praise the Lord, all you Gentiles, and let the peoples extol him. And again, Isaiah says, the root of Jesse will come, even he who arises to rule the Gentiles. In him will the Gentiles hope. Somehow the resurrection has something to do with the hope of the Gentiles. But the Gentiles are under dominion. The Gentiles are under other gods. Well, Paul would say, well, those gods have been disarmed. Their authority has been nullified. I'll tell you a story. Some of you have probably heard this, but years ago, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it is, I got an email from a guy who signed the email Hercules, which, you don't get those every day. So I thought, okay, maybe I should answer this one. So it turns out this guy, he's very upfront. He says, look, he goes, I worship the gods of Greece and Rome. I'm a pagan, but I just read your little book, Supernatural, which is the light version of Unseen Realm. And he says, I just loved it. He goes, I finally found somebody that understands my worldview. So he has a podcast. So he goes, will you come on my podcast and we can talk about your book? And I thought, okay, going to pagan, sure, this sounds interesting. Why not? So I go on this podcast. And Hercules happens to live in Pennsylvania, by the way. And I get on the air, and like for the first, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, whatever it is, the audio is terrible. I mean, you can get it, but he just didn't have a good setup. The audio is terrible, but you could probably get something out of it. But for the first few minutes of the podcast, this guy is going through Greco-Roman texts, most of which I had never seen before, that articulate the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. And I'm like, this is awesome. Like, I should take notes here, And he goes through all this stuff. I actually have one in the Demons book from Plato. And Plato actually uses the allotment language. That, the gods, we worship the gods we do because they're allotted to us by the bigger gods, And it's this whole worldview, Deuteronomy 32. And so he goes through all these texts and he goes, now, I have one question for you. He says, if the Bible teaches that the Most High set up this whole system of allotment of the gods, if that's the case, what does he want? It's like, oh, I'm so glad you asked. I can field that question. So, we went into the whole thing. We pretended to be, let's pretend to be Paul for a day. Okay, for a few minutes anyway. So Paul would go into one of these cities that you're very well familiar with, that they worship XYZ God and they believe that these gods were allotted to them. Okay, we got it. Paul goes into this city and preaches Christ. And he knows what the pagans are thinking because they share the same worldview with a key difference. Paul says, okay, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that if you come to Christ and you turn your backs on your gods that the bigger gods say you're supposed to worship, that you're going to be in deep trouble. You're going to offend those gods, and you can expect retaliation. I get it. But let me just try to remind you of something. The Most High, okay, who is the God of Israel, not Zeus. Zeus took the title Hupsistos, which is the Most High. Let's scratch, a line, put a line through Zeus here. Okay, the Most High is the God of Israel, who set up this whole arrangement as a punishment. And that Most High made a covenant with a guy named Abram that one day one of his seed would undo this. And that seed just happened to be the Most High himself, becoming a man in Jesus of Nazareth. And Jesus died on the cross for you, and he rose from the dead. And when he rose from the dead, he took away the authority that he had once given to the gods of these other places. He removed it. And the message is, here's what God wants. He says, I want you to come back to me. So you don't need to worry that you're going to get picked on by your other gods, because the Most High says it's not only okay to violate the order, he insists on it. So there you go. That's what God wants. And I like to use that illustration because here you have it, and this is unusual. This guy worships the gods of Greece and Rome, but this is the worldview. The Psalm 82 thing. Gosh, this is so cool. It's not my death. I can't open my Septuagint here, I don't think. But in Psalm, I'll just summarize it. You can look it up later. Psalm 82, remember the last verse where the psalmist says, "Arise, O God, and take the nations." Remember that? In the Septuagint, the Psalms are numbered a little bit differently. In the Septuagint, this is Psalm 81, not 82. And if you look at the last verse, the verb for rising up is the Greek verb anistemi. It's one of two primary verbs used of the resurrection in the New Testament. The noun anastasis is the noun for resurrection. So Paul, he uses it in Isaiah 11. He uses it, he sees it in Isaiah 11. He sees it also in Psalm 81. And so this is why, from the Old Testament, Paul understands that the rising of the Messiah is related to the reclaiming of the nations. And he'll dip into that information periodically in his letters. Now, again, to summarize the rest, because we're at noon, we need to break. What's going on, then, from this point forward, I can summarize it this way. In Romans 11, let's just go there. We'll take the fast track here. If you want to know what spiritual warfare is, this is the Old Testament context for it. But in a nutshell, this is what it means for us. So Paul says, again, writing to the Romans, "Lest you be wise in your own sight, I do not want you to be unaware of this mystery, brothers. a partial hardening has come upon Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. In other words, there's going to be a point where God is satisfied that people from every nation have been reclaimed into relationship with him. That's the Great Commission. All authority, this is Matthew 28. The Great Commission is not Matthew 28, 19 and 20, it's Matthew 28, 18 through 20. Verse 18 should not be lopped off because it says, all authority is given to me in heaven and on earth. Who had authority up to the time of the resurrection? The gods, the principalities, the powers. They were appointed. Yeah, they're jerks. They don't rule like God wants them to. God has to say, at some point you're going to get destroyed. I'm going to destroy you all. And God knows, again, from some of these Septuagint passages, that this is linked to the resurrection of the Messiah. But you loop full around, there's going to come a time when God decides that the fullness of the Gentiles has come in. And in this way, all Israel will be saved because, again, if you keep reading in Romans, this is going to lead to the awakening of Israel. And then we're going to have the day of the Lord. And then we're going to have the return of Christ. And then we're going to have the end. Okay? The end defined as the new Eden. Okay, this is eschatology in real, in a thimble. So for some reason, again, known only to God, God has linked the coming of the Lord, the return of the Lord, and the destruction of the principalities and powers. Destruction, not just their nullification of their authority, but their destruction. He has linked that to the end, and he's linked all that to the fullness of the Gentiles being brought in, which is linked, of course, to the Great Commission. So whenever I get asked the question about spiritual warfare, tell us about spiritual warfare, I ask this question. What would a principality and a power fear? I'll tell you what they fear. They fear their own destruction. So the thing that can instill the most fear in them is if the church, being defined as every individual Christian, would just do their job. Because it's as the one kingdom grows, the other kingdom diminishes. And we inch further and further and further down the line to the fullness of the Gentiles. They know it's coming. So they don't think they can kill God and win that way. But if they can get the church distracted, if they can make it hopelessly worldly so that its message is invalidated, so that the Great Commission sort of screeches to a halt or slows down, they're going to be here a long time. And they know it. So these things are related. So what spiritual warfare really is accomplishing the Great Commission. It's actually not terribly complicated. But we tend to not want to look at things so simply, but it is that simple. And in the end, we could talk maybe in Q&A about what this means for the believer and how the believer inherits the nations. 1 Corinthians 6:3, when Paul says, quit squabbling and suing yourselves. Corinthians, good grief. Every day of the week you got some other problem. Quit doing that because don't you know you're going to rule, you're going to judge angels. Don't you know that? You're going to replace and displace them. They are under judgment, and you are what's going to be moved into the slot. You are going to replace all that has been lost in the heavenly council. You are going to graduate to occupy those places. This is why Revelation 2, Revelation 3 uses, in one case, a messianic psalm that to him that overcomes, I will put him over the nations. He will rule the nations with a rod of iron. That's a messianic psalm Jesus quotes about you. This is your destiny. Who rules the nations now? Well, the gods in one sense, because they're not running home. What they're about is they know their authority has been taken away. They know their days are numbered, attached to the Great Commission, to the fullness of the Gentiles. But they're not going anywhere. They are fighting for their turf. And the way they fight for their turf is destroying people. That's effective. Okay? Getting people to destroy themselves is even more effective. Now you're working smart, not hard, okay? And getting the church off track when it comes to fulfilling the Great Commission. It's a very discernible, coherent plan. And it's right in front of our faces. It's not complicated. They're not going away. But, what the scriptures are trying to convince believers to is they don't have any authority where they're at. They think they're going to lie to their populations. They're going to lie to people. They're going to deceive people. They're going to do anything they can to get people to realize God wants them back. They're going to deflect attention. They're going to substitute themselves for the truth of what God has. Anything they can do to blind their populations and destroy them, that's what they're going to do. They have a game plan and they're working it. We have a game plan too, but the question is, are we working it? So, and again, this is ultimately what it is. So, Cody, why don't you dismiss us, and we will call it done at that. And again, we can loop back to some of these things in Q&A if you like, or go somewhere else. It's up to you.
Okay, so we'll start off. Questions? Okay, we'll go here, and then I'll go right over there. Yeah, you can stand up.
All right. So the Satan figure that's in the garden, and then the one that tempts Jesus in the wilderness, how does that potentially fit into the sort of spiritual hierarchy that we see amongst like the ones that have dominion over the various nations and whatnot?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's yeah, I'm on. That's wonderful. We would start out with such a simple question. Again, since I don't have my laptop, I'm trying to think of the quick way to illustrate something I'm going to say here. So let's try this. Okay, that's sort of okay. Yeah, I could actually show you this better in English if I had my own laptop here, but I'll try to mention it. So, if you think back to the three rebellions idea, each of the rebellions has a cost. Okay, in some cases more than one. And with respect to the first one, we have the figure in the garden, the supernatural rebel, who will become known eventually as Satan and the devil and a bunch of other titles as well. That, because of his rebellion, we have death. We didn't have death before, so Eden is no more. Eden is ruined. We don't have everlasting life with God anymore, so we have estrangement from God and death. Now, because of that, in the Hebrew Bible, you do not have this figure referred to specifically as it relates to the events of Genesis 3. But what you do have is you have in so many places, both the evidence of the outcome of his rebellion, and also you have anti-Eden. What I mean by that is opposite Eden imaging to remind people of the ruination of Eden. That's kind of a convoluted way to start here, but I mention that for a specific reason. It's a fact that in Genesis 3 we have the serpent. Okay, the serpent is never called Satan in Genesis 3. The serpent is actually never called Satan anywhere in the Hebrew Bible. The serpent is only called Satan in the book of Revelation, which is the last book of the New Testament. So, critics, critical scholars, again, those who either don't have any theological sensitivity or, frankly, just love to destroy people's faith. I mean, they're not necessarily the same person there. They love to point this out and say things like, the Bible doesn't really know of a figure called Satan until the last book. This isn't there's no relationship here to Genesis 3, and a lot of this Satan stuff is made up and blah, 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 blah. They try to create contradictions between the two testaments. And I reject that, not surprisingly, acknowledging that we don't have a devil figure that goes by the term Satan, the title Satan, in the Old Testament. I'm well aware of that. You might think, well, what about Job 1 and 2? Okay. In Job 1 and 2, you have the Hebrew noun Satan. Hebrew is like English. English does not tolerate the definite article, the word the, in front of a proper personal name. The language doesn't include that in its rules, and neither does English. So I'm not the Mike. My wife is not the Darina. It sounds stupid. I say the exception to this is Donald Trump. He gets to be the Donald, okay? But his wife called him the Donald, you know. But ordinarily this is not what you see going on. So if the definite article in Job 1 and 2 precedes the word Satan, that tells you it's not a proper personal name. And in every instance, here's my terrible visual here. It would look so much better in my own software. But go down. Now, those are the ones that have the article. So let me just give you one example. Let's go to Job chapter 1, verse 6. In all the instances where you have Satan show up in the Hebrew Bible, that's for comparison so you can see it in the Hebrew word order. Okay, we've got Hebrew interlinear. Contents unavailable for some reason, I don't know why. Let's go to LHB. We know that's in here. Open Lexham Hebrew Bible. So, Job 1:6. We have here the sons of God, the B'nai Ha-Elohim, okay, stood before the Lord, and there came also among them you look at the lower left-hand corner, it has article, the. It's a definite article appended to the noun Satan. Every occurrence of Satan in Job 1 and 2, Zechariah 3, has the definite article. That means this is not Satan proper name. It means it should be translated, ESV has a note here, the accuser, or the adversary, or the opponent, or the challenger. I mean, there's any number of ways you could render this. And in Job 1 and 2, what's going on, this is not the devil. This is not, again, the villain of Genesis 3. This is a member of the heavenly court who's actually doing his job in Job chapter 1. Because they have this meeting, divine council meeting, and this figure comes in, and God asks, the Lord said to Hassatan, to the adversary or the accuser, hey, where'd you come from? And the accuser answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down on it. Now we know from this language elsewhere that basically his job, and this is actually part of a wider subject, a wider motif that if you can Google this, Google nakedbiblepodcast.com, put in heavenly books or book of life. This is part of a bigger complex of ideas where members of the heavenly host watch people and record what they do and what happens to them. We're used to the book of life, but there's actually half a dozen different books, heavenly books, mentioned in the Bible. Just the book of life gets all the press because everybody reads the book of Revelation. Okay. So this is actually one of these agents that looks throughout the earth to see who is obeying God and who is not. And the reason he does that isn't because God has Alzheimer's, okay? It's not that God has a bad memory. It's so that on the day of judgment, you have no complaint, dude. We have a complete record of your life. Okay, we know if you've embraced the Messiah or not. We know everything about you. It's a matter of record. It's a very ancient idea that you find in other cultures in the Hebrew Bible. So The Satan, the accuser, is the one that when he sees someone out of step or out of line, he reports. This is what he's doing in Job 1. And specifically in the context, God's like, hey, have you checked out Job? That guy's awesome. He's blameless. And what does the Satan, the adversary, say? Yeah, I've seen him. And here's where he crosses the line. Here's where he moves from reporting to essentially challenging God's own integrity. He says, yeah, I've seen Job, but if you took away all he had, if you allowed him to be harmed, he would curse you to your face. So it's a challenge. Now God could, and I love to reference the movie Time Bandits here, but it doesn't usually work because it dates me and a lot of people haven't seen the movie, but it's one of these British comedies. John Cleese is in it. That's probably all you need to know from Monty Python. But part of the backdrop to this story is it's this cosmic good and evil thing going on. And the bad guy is the Satan figure, okay? And he's called the evil one. And of course he has henchmen working for him that are complete idiots. So they have a council meeting in the movie, and the evil one has been holed up in this fortress by the creator, and he can't get out. But he thinks that he thinks he's awesome, just the big ego. And he starts going on about how great he is and how powerful he is. And then one of his henchmen says, well, if that's the case, why haven't you been able to escape from this fortress? And the evil one says, what did you say? I said, why haven't you been able to escape from this? And he just reaches out and blows him to bits. And you get a good laugh at it because it's one of these comedies. So God could do that, could he not? He could tell the adversary, what did you say? You're challenging my omniscience and the accuracy of my assessment of Job. He could just blow him up and say, don't ever talk to me like that again. That's the line in the movie. After he blows him up, don't ever talk to me like that again. But if he does that, guess what? The question is still on the table. The question is unanswered. So everybody else in the divine council, if he blows the adversary to bits, they're wondering, okay, the adversary's gone now, but God never really answered the question. God never really did anything to inform us otherwise. Maybe the Satan was right about Job, and God isn't. So God doesn't blow up the adversary. What he does is he says, okay, you're allowed to do anything you want to Job. Except you're not allowed to take his life, because I don't want, I'm reading between the lines here, but if he allows Job to die, if he allows the Satan, the adversary, to take his life, then God already knows what's going to happen. He's going to come back and say, oh yeah, Job would have buckled if he would have survived, but I accidentally killed him. So, I still think that Job would curse you. No, we're not doing that. You are not allowed to take his life. You can do anything else you want. And we'll see who's right. The court will see, the council will see who's correct. Now, none of that, and that's the way the book plays out. You as the reader, you know the backdrop of Job, the first 2 chapters. Job doesn't know any of this is going on. So the book is about why the righteous suffer. And sometimes the answer is, you're never going to know. But you have to trust God, that it's happening for a reason. The reason may not be made known to you, it may be. At the end of the book of Job, what Job loses is restored and all that sort of thing. We know the story. But none of that has anything to do with Genesis 3. Now, if you go into Second Temple Judaism, though, and by the time you get to the New Testament, the original rebel is perceived as the arch ruler of everything. He's the God of this world, to quote Paul in 2 Corinthians 4. He's the ruler of the prince of the power of the air, and all these titles, these lofty titles. So the question is, how does this guy get preeminence, and why? I go into a lot of the details here in the Demons book, but the short answer is, the reason he gets preeminence is really, there's a couple of reasons that emerge from, again, some of these other texts. These texts are useful even if they're not in the Bible, because they tell you how readers of the Bible were processing these kinds of questions. And what passages in the Hebrew Bible they were looking at to process the questions the way they did. So it's very useful. It's like reading a commentary in some sense. And so the answer that you get is, he gets street cred from being the first. That's a big deal. He's the first one to have the, quote-unquote courage to challenge God and oppose what God wants to do. But the real reason he gets preeminence is because all of the other ones know, the principalities and powers know that, we can do what we want here to these people. We can abuse them all day long. We can have them destroy themselves. But at the end of the day, everything dies. They all die. Which means they all go to the realm of the dead where this guy is king. Because in the garden story, the rebel is cast down to the ground. Okay, it's actually more than one of the texts. The term is eretz, which is the normal term for earth, but eretz is also one of the terms for the underworld. This is why we have an underworld. This is why we have a realm of the dead, because this one, through his rebellion and deceiving the humans and their rebellion, now we have death. We have a place that when people, now they're going to die for the first time, and they go to a place. They don't cease to exist in terms of their spirits, so they go to the new realm of the dead, and guess who runs the show there? It's this guy, because he's cast down not only to the eretz, to the underworld, but if you look at the curse, and I read the curse metaphorically of the serpent in the garden, he wanted to be in charge. He wants to be the one that makes the rules. He wants to oppose God's plan. He has a better idea. Well, in the curse, he is actually put beneath the hooves of the animals. He's not only cast down to the ground, he's like under them. So he wants to be at the highest level. Now you're at the lowest level. So deal with it. This is your domain now. And yes, you are the God of this world, because now everything dies. Everything is going to wind up at your house on your doorstep. And so the other ones know that at the end of the day, this one has ultimate authority because everything will die. And so that's why he emerges as the one who is perceived as causing the most harm and whose rebellion has the greatest reach. He therefore has the most authority over the world of men, over the world of humans, because now they all die. So that in a nutshell is the relationship of the Genesis 3 thing to the sort of cosmic hierarchy. But it actually doesn't have anything to do specifically with Job 1 and 2. Now let's go back there. This is sort of like the Elohim discussion. We have been taught, for some reason, again, it's just tradition, that somehow we get unnerved by the thought that we don't have the devil in Job 1 and 2 because we've always been taught that. And we get unnerved by the observation that's very simple to confirm. Just do your own, look it up yourself in your own Bible. The serpent is never called Satan. Okay? Well, that must mean there's a contradiction. No, you know what it means? It means that biblical writers are under no obligation to use the same words to describe the same guy. Where's the cosmic rule that says every time we talk about anti-Eden or the undoing of Eden or death that we have to use the word Satan or the word serpent? Who made up that rule? Why is it that we have to use the same vocabulary in all these passages? Why, is there a cosmic rule that says we can't come up with other terms to refer to the same rebel over the course of time that fit, that aptly describe him? This is actually what you see in the Second Temple period texts. The rebel of Eden, Genesis 3, the supernatural one, gets called a number of things in between the Testaments. He does get called Satan there. It starts to be used as a proper name. This is when we have the transition outside the Hebrew Bible. But then it takes the form of mastema. Again, I'm not going to bore you with Hebrew noun formation. I mean, that would put you out, okay? But you take, Satam, which is a related word to Satan, to oppose. When you want to make it a noun, you put an M in front of it. So we have mastema. Okay, that becomes a title in the Dead Sea Scrolls it's used. Belial, the worthless one. That's not an Old Testament term. We can't call the rebel of Genesis 3 Belial because there's a cosmic rule that says we can only use the word Satan. Really? Why? Again, there is no rule like that. So we have Mastema, we have Belial. Beliar is a derivative. We have Beelzebul, which is actually a really interesting one. Beelzebul is Canaanite. Beel is Baal. Zebul is the word for prince. Okay, Baal becomes sort of a primary source figure for Satan imagery. Why? Because Baal is Lord of the dead in Canaanite religion. He also thinks he's the ruler of the nations. Prince Baal. I mean, the Gospels refer to the devil, to Satan, as Beelzebul. This is why. Okay? So you get a number of these things. Diabolos, devil, the deceiver, the liar, the slanderer, more literally. Okay, all of these terms fit. If the shoe fits, let's let him wear them. And Satan in Greek doesn't have the rule about the definite article. You can have ha, like ha Jesus. It's not the Jesus, it's just Jesus. I mean, Greek tolerates a definite article in front of a proper personal name. Hebrew does not, just like English. Languages are different. So by the time you get into the Greek-speaking world, which is in between the Testaments, the Hellenistic period, I hate to bring up history of Civ because you all wanted to forget that in high school as soon as you had it. But the Hellenistic era is a big deal. The world becomes Greek-speaking. And with that, the language has more elasticity. And so Satanas can become a proper personal name in a Greek-speaking world, and it does. And since the New Testament's written in Greek, they use that. This is all you have. You don't have a contradiction between the Testaments. You have a supernatural rebel in Genesis 3 that brings the ruination of Eden and death and estrangement from God, and over time he gets called lots of things. They're all appropriate. That's it. But again, if I was a religion teacher at a typical undergraduate institution and I have a bunch of Christians in my Religion 101 class, I can't wait to talk about this. Because I'm going to, in 60 minutes, I'm going to have you thinking your Bible is ridiculous and full of contradictions. I'm going to give you textual dilemmas like this. And I'm not going to unpack them for you at all because I want to destroy your faith. This is easy. It's easy. And I not every, don't get the impression that every professor of religion or biblical studies that isn't a Christian is like this. They're not. Most of them are apathetic toward issues of faith. I mean, they're not there to intentionally harm people, but there are some that are. They live for it, okay? I have met them. They're out there. And the solution to this, again, is to teach people, especially, high school and stuff like this, to get them ready for these kinds of things that they're going to have in their religion class. Because what a coincidence, they're forced to take this class. Oh, who would have thought that? Well, again, there's an agenda here. So I probably got a little far afield with that, but there is a role for that, and there is a logic as to why this one gets elevated. In terms of the understanding that you get in the New Testament, but it's not directly linked to the scene in Job 1 and 2.
My question's going to be a lot easier than that. You had mentioned translations that you use from the
Go ahead.
Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah.
Could you tell us some of those translations? Because I notice some of ours are a little bit different than what you have been putting up.
Yeah, I'll show you a few here, and you can write them down. I mean, it's instructive just to go through the list here. So this is Deuteronomy 32:8, and the key phrase here is according to the number of the sons of God. Pardon. So let's just look at New RSV, according to the number of the gods. So for sure, they're referencing a text that has Elohim there. And if you look at the footnote in the NRSV, it'll say Q, that's Qumran, that's the Dead Sea Scrolls, manuscripts, and then compare Greek and the Targums, and the MT is the traditional Hebrew text. The MT has the Israelites, and the Targums would follow the MT. Targums are Aramaic translations of the Hebrew Bible that were around in Jesus' day. So NRSV is tracking with the Dead Sea Scrolls. NLT is what came after the Living Bible. The Living Bible was a paraphrase, and this is less paraphrastic, but it still is interpretive. Look at what they do here. According to the number of his heavenly court. Now, for sure, they're thinking supernatural beings, but, if in an interlinear, you could, court, what's the word for court? Well, there's just a dot there. There's nothing. There is no corresponding Hebrew word for court or council here. It's an interpretive translation, but it's still tracking on the same idea. So NLT is going to be in this range. Let's see here. I think probably, let's see here. Yeah, New American Standard is going to be Israel for sure. Let's just go up there. That's that's 95. What's this one? Well, let's just go up to this one. Yeah, it's going to be according to the number of the sons of Israel. So the New American Standard is going to follow the traditional Hebrew text. It does not follow the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let's look at the NIV here, which this is the 1984 version. I'm sure, sons of Israel, so they're going to follow the traditional Hebrew text. It varies by translation. So there are a few, that incorporate the Dead Sea Scrolls in the translation in some way. So let's talk a little bit about translations. And I know you probably don't want to hear this because it's going to sound as boring as it probably is, unless you're kind of a translation geek. One of the best things you can do to any new translation you start using or the one you're using now is to read the preface. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, prefaces are boring. They're the things you skip and never look at. We all know that. But the preface will tell you what text they are following and whether they make exceptions to that or not. So if you read the preface to the ESV, they'll say something like, for the most part, we follow the traditional Masoretic text. But in places we change that, we depart from that, and we defer to the Dead Sea Scrolls, where we think it matters. They'll just tell you. They'll also tell you what their translation philosophy is. And there are two basic translation philosophies. One is called formal equivalence. It's what we usually think of as literalism. Formal equivalence, if I'm on a committee, let's say I was asked to participate in creating a new English translation. And our instructions are, this is going to be a formal equivalent translation. I know, because I'm familiar with the field, that what they want is they want an English translation that attempts to have a corresponding English word for every word in the original Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek. In other words, we try to have some English rendering for every word in the original source text. In some places that's not possible, but King James is very formally equivalent. New American Standard is very formally equivalent. And they're also going to tell you we're sticking to the Masoretic text. We're not going to depart from that. You just get these instructions. So formal equivalence is we try to strike word-for-word correspondence in English. The other approach is called dynamic equivalence. And this approach means that, look, we don't really care if you account for every word in Hebrew, Aramaic, or Greek. You don't need to come up with a corresponding English word for that. What we want you to do is look at your original language, figure out what's being said there, and then in whatever words you think are appropriate, put that into English. You can use whatever you want. So it's dynamic. There's some variability there. It's not as sort of rigidly, literalistic. So those are your two basic translation philosophies. And most translations, if they clearly land on one end or the other, they'll tell you in the preface. We are a formally equivalent translation. Other times they'll say, we tried to do, we tried to do a little mix of both, and we weren't like really married to one or the other. They'll just tell you. So it's a good idea to know what the approaches are and to read the preface of your Bible, because it'll tell you little things like this. For instance, it'll tell you, I don't know if it'll footnote this specifically. Let's just go to the New Testament. Let's see here. Did I type that correctly? I guess not. John 5:1. Okay. So this is the pool of Bethsaida. Read up to verse 5. Just do it right here and tell me what's odd. Should make it a little bigger. What's odd? Anybody? There's no verse 4. Did you see that? There's verse 1, there's verse 2, there's verse 3, and there's verse 5. What happened to verse 4? Oh, it's a sinister conspiracy. The deity of Christ is dependent on John 5:4, and they took it out. Please, no. Your preface would tell you. Your preface would tell you what family of Greek manuscripts they favor. So here the footnote is, some less important manuscripts have, and there's the remainder. It's part of verse 3 and on into verse 4. Okay? So what I really recommend, if you're interested in this sort of thing, is this resource. And it's free on the web. You don't have to have Logos Bible software. The Net Bible has a translation. I'll just show you what the translation looks like. There's the Net Bible translation. You'll notice it goes from verse 3 to verse 5, and then it has this note number 9. Okay, you can click on that, or you can, if I had these linked, you could go over here. Let's just get the bigger view. So, oops, sorry about that, number 9, not verse 9. Here it is. So at the end of verse 3, it has this note number 9, and it'll explain what manuscripts have what reading in them, and then it'll tell you why they made the decision they did. Now, for a lengthy discussion like this is not a footnote in a study Bible, but if you know a little bit about the differences between Greek manuscripts of the Greek New Testament in the families, they're grouped into families. And a family means these manuscripts agree together against other manuscripts that say something else, and vice versa. And they come from different time periods and different scribes and so on and so forth. It's actually not quite as complicated as that sounds, but they'll tell you, again, which text they were following. And that's why verse 4 is not in either of these translations. The King James will have it in, because the King James is making a different textual choice, but it was done in 1611 in the 17th century. In other words, 300-400 years before, mountains of Greek New Testament material has been found that is older than the stuff that they had to work with in 1611. The stuff they're using in 1611 is from the Middle Ages. Specifically, Erasmus's third edition of his Greek New Testament, which morphed through a couple printings by some other people, Stephanus and whatever, the Elsevier brothers and all these different editions. That was based on 6 Greek New Testament manuscripts, all of which were medieval. They had nothing to work with that is from the close centuries to the New Testament period. And it wasn't because Erasmus was lazy. They just didn't have it. And it's not like you can pick up the phone and say, hey, Bodleian Library, could you mail this manuscript over to me because I'm working on this translation for the king? No, they can't do that. Erasmus literally says, I'm going to use whatever is at a university or monastery within 50 miles because I got to go there on a horse. Okay? It's just a totally different world. They don't have a lot of material, and a lot of it hadn't even been discovered yet. So there's all sorts of sort of historical reasons, the vicissitudes of time and history as to why different translations are based on the manuscripts they are, which is why I always recommend use more than one. Because if you use more than one, your eye will catch differences like this, and then you'll know, okay, there's probably something important here because there's kind of a substantial disagreement. And from that point, you're really dependent on, do I know what a commentary is? Maybe I can find something on the internet, but I never recommend doing Bible study on the internet, just so we're clear. Okay. But that doesn't mean there's nothing good out there, because there is a lot of good stuff, but the thing is, you don't know if you land on the good stuff or the horrible stuff, So you should know what a commentary is and stuff like that, and it'll help you decide, or at least understand why we have big differences between translations. So anyway, we should do another question.
Hey, Dr. Heiser, longtime fan, first-time Q&A-er. Since we're doing talking about critical scholarship in the text, 1 Peter 3:19. You probably already know a lot more. You could probably finish my question for me, but it begins. In which he also preached to the minister to the spirits in prison. In the Greek, it's. I'm bad with pronouncing Greek, but I think it's hein noi kai, and there's debates, I guess, going back 100 years about whether or not there's no manuscript that demonstrates this, but there's kind of like a ghost variant where.
Say that line again.
Well, I'm making up a term here, but there's a perceived the original text may have said hein noik kai
with Enoch.
Yeah, it could be, and that's exactly where you would find Enoch if Enoch was ministering to the spirits. So.
You're right. I wish that was there.
Yeah.
Because it would be kind of cool, but I don't know of any manuscript for that. And should we unpack as to why we're having this discussion, or you want to ask something more specific?
Well, obviously, it's a strange text.
Yeah.
You get a lot of expansive, almost like Mishnaic kind of ruminations over the centuries about the harrowing of hell and Christ, in 3 days he's going to this one specific people group that happens to sound a lot like what Enoch does, but it could just be if you just miss one, I think it's a key. In magic school Greek, it looks a lot like a kappa, or you hear it wrong. You could just.
I know, and a lot of people forget or don't remember that.
Yeah.
Even as scholars, we tend to forget that a lot of copying of manuscripts was oral. In other words, you have one guy reading a text and another guy copying it as he reads it, and the guy copying it is not looking at the text. So in this case, what he's getting at is you could have two different letters. One is the K, the kappa, and the other one is a transliteration for chet in Hebrew, which is a different letter. And they could sound the same. And the scribe puts one down when the other one should have been put down, and therefore you get a variant, either a mistake or we'll just call it a variant, in the manuscript. And then the next guy who copies this copy is going to perpetuate, that reading. So that does, all those things, they're possibilities. I'd love to have something
speculative,
because I'm there.
Yeah.
In this case, what we're talking about here is, let me just see if I can illustrate this. Let's go to Jude. So we have here, let's see here. I'm looking for the seventh from Adam phrase here. I should just look it up. Let's just look it up here. Let's save us some time here. Actually, I should capitalize it. Oh, we can go. We can do ESV. It's not going to matter here. Come on. Don't change it for me. all passages. So I'm going to switch your view here, sorry. Let's just go with this one. Jude 14. So Jude 14 mentions Enoch. All right? Now if we look at Jude 14 over here, I'm going to open up this second copy of this. So we have Greek New Testament side by side. So in this one, I'm going to put in Jude 14. And look at the way Enoch is spelled. I'll make it enlarged here. So we have E, that's the Greek word for, or letter for N-O, Enoch. We have a chi to get the k sound. So the question is, are there any manuscripts that say, look, here's the first three letters are the same, E-N, omega, and then a K. Now, in the original Greek manuscripts, the oldest ones, the uncials or the papyri, there were no spaces between words. There's no punctuation. There's also no accents. So he's wondering, could a manuscript have said E-N-O and then chi or chi instead of kappa? And you say, well, who cares? What's the difference? Because if it is that, then you have Enoch in this verse, whereas here you don't. And let's just go back to the Net Bible here in 1 Peter 3. Instead of in the same, let's see, go down here. For who is going to harm you? Boy, I'm getting the numbering wrong here. In it, so here's the Net Bible note. In which, remember his question, he started out, in which also. And that's the literal rendering here, in which also. So in which also he went and preached the spirits in prison. Well, who's he? If you have Enoch in the verse, it would say, and Enoch went and preached to the spirits in prison. And if you're wondering, why are we even having this discussion? We need to talk about 1 Peter 3. So a lot of you already know this because you've read Unseen Realm. Okay, so let's get rid of all this. And I would love there to be an Enoch. That would just be awesome. And you'll find out here in a few minutes as to why. But here in 1 Peter 3, this is this weird passage. Let me just look at it. You have here, for Christ also suffered once for sins, the righteous for the unrighteous, that he might bring us to God, being put to death in the flesh, but made alive in the spirit, in which he went, or maybe it was Enoch, okay. He went and proclaimed to the spirits in prison, because they formerly did not obey, when God's patience waited in the days of Noah, while the ark was being prepared, in which a few, that is 8 persons, were brought safely through water. Baptism, which corresponds to this, now saves you, not as a removal from dirt from the body, but as an appeal to God for a good conscience through the resurrection of Christ, who has gone into heaven, and is at the right hand of God with angels, authorities, and powers being subjected to him. It's as though Peter thought, you know what? In this paragraph, I'm going to take 5 different subjects and just throw them in the blender and hit the on button. And just throw everything in there, and whatever comes out, I'm good with that. Like, what do these things have to do with each other? Spirits in prison, Jesus, resurrection, Noah, ark, baptism. Like, what in the world is going on here? Now, you probably heard me tell this story. When my wife and I moved to Wisconsin, we were looking for churches. And we happened to run into one that was real close to the house. The guy's going through 1 Peter, a series. And it was good. I thought, man, this is it. This is the church. So, we should look at some other ones. And so we went away for a few weeks, and we came back on the day that it was 1 Peter 3, 18 through the end here. And I thought, man, this is going to seal the deal right here, because I like this passage because it's weird. Okay, if it's weird, I like it. And so the guy, it's the only time I've ever seen anybody do this in church. The guy gets up into the pulpit and says, well, according to the schedule, we're supposed to do 1 Peter 3:18, through the end. And I got to be honest with you, the passage is so weird and so strange, I'm just going to skip it. And he did. He was serious. He skipped it. Like it's not even there. And I'm like, aren't you just going to try? my wife didn't have to ask me, but like, we're not going back. You know, it's like, I can't believe that he actually stood in the pulpit and said, I'm going to skip it because it's too weird. Okay, it is weird. But let me unpack it for you, and this is why we get the Enoch reference. Are you familiar with the term typology? Okay, a couple of you. We know, let me get into it this way. You know what a prophecy is? A prophecy is a verbal utterance, a verbal prediction of something that's going to come in the future. Okay, so prophecy is verbal. A type, this is not just an academic word, it's also in the New Testament. Like in Romans 5, you actually get the word tupos, a type of things to come. A type is a non-verbal foreshadowing of something to come in the future. So prophecy is verbal, a type is nonverbal, but they both foreshadow something to come. A type, therefore, can be lots of different things. It could be a person, like Moses was a foreshadowing of Jesus. Jesus is the prophet like unto Moses. The Passover lamb is a type, a foreshadowing of Christ's crucifixion. Christ is our Passover lamb. A type could be an institution, like Passover. It could be an event. It could be a person. It could be lots of different things. Things in the Old Testament that happen that foreshadow something to come. Now in Romans 5, Paul uses this term and this concept to refer to Adam. Adam is a type of Christ because there are things about Adam that parallel and foreshadow things about Jesus. It's simple. He goes through a few in Romans 5. Now here's how to read 1 Peter 3. For Peter, Adam is not the type of Christ. He's not the foreshadowing. Enoch is. And you would know that if you know the story of Enoch, like, Peter, 1 Peter, 2 Peter 2:4, the angels that sinned, sent to Tartarus and all that. I mean, Peter is very familiar with Enoch and Enochian literature in the Second Temple, the intertestamental Jewish period. So here's why it makes sense. If you know the Enoch story, you know exactly what Peter's doing here and why. In the Enoch story, again, chapters 6 through 11, it's the story of Genesis 6 amplified in all sorts of ways, details. The story goes something like this. The Watchers, that's Enoch's term for the sons of God of Genesis 6, descend earth. They make a pact among themselves to, have children and corrupt humanity and the whole thing again. So they descend to Mount Hermon and they hatch their plot. So after they do what they do, it sows chaos on the earth because of the Nephilim that are born, and they're cannibalistic, they kill people, it's just chaos. And so the archangels go to God and say, have you noticed what's going on down there? Like, it's just bad. And God says, yeah, of course I've noticed. Why don't you guys, he appoints a few archangels, you go down there and you clean house. So they go down there and they destroy the Nephilim, and they arrest, they imprison the Watchers. And they get assigned to the abyss, to the pit. Okay, that's their punishment. Well, while they're in the punishment in the pit, they're like, well, this sucks. Like maybe we should repent and tell God we're sorry, and we don't want to stay here until the time of the end. Like, what does that mean? So they said, well, who does God like that we could contact? And we're never told how, but who would God listen to on our behalf? Let's ask Enoch, because Enoch walks with God and he's favored. Let's ask Enoch to go to God and say, hey, the Watchers over there in the pit, they're sorry, and they repent, and they would like to be let out. So Enoch does that. He goes to God, and it's a real short conversation, as you can imagine. So Enoch, catch the wording, Enoch descends into the pit. He descends into the pit where the spirits are imprisoned. And he tells them what? No, you're doomed. God is not going to forgive you. You're going to be here until the end of days. This is your home. There's no repentance for you. This is the realm of the dead, and the dead do not escape, blah, 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 blah. Okay? And then he leaves. So it's bad news. So for Peter takes that story that he knows his readers are familiar with, and he says, this foreshadows things about Jesus. What does it foreshadow? Well, when Jesus dies, he descends. This is the Apostles' Creed. He descended into hell, which is a terrible translation of Hades. But anyway, he descends into the realm of the dead. And Peter is offering here now, while he's there, he does what Enoch did before. He tells the powers of darkness. Again, this is Mike's paraphrase here. Just what the conversation would have been like. Hey, fellas, I bet you're surprised to see me here, Son of God and everything. Like here I am in the underworld, which means I'm dead. And you probably think that some of your buddies who are also rebels got even with God and killed me off, and God's plan for humanity is over. He lost because I'm dead. I just thought I'd tell you that your sentence is not going to be lightened at all. You're still going to be here until the end of days, because God didn't lose, because I know something you guys don't. Yes, I'm here in the realm of the dead, but I'm not going to be here very long. See ya. You're still doomed. I am not, and neither is humanity, because I'm going to rise from the dead. So Peter applies this scene in Enoch to this, and if you go back and look at the passage, he connects it to Noah, the flood, the ark, the whole bit. Baptism corresponds to this, not in the sense of, I get baptized and that's why I'm forgiven. No. The key is the resurrection. Through the resurrection of Christ, an appeal to God for a good conscience. By the way, I go through all this in some detail in Unseen Realm. But the appeal, when we think of conscience, we think of the thing inside of us that arbitrates between right and wrong. The term synodesis has another meaning, and that means there's another meaning that basically talks about it being an oath of allegiance, a pledge of loyalty. And it's the same thing for the corresponding phrase here. Let's see here. Appeal for a good conscience through the resurrection of Christ. Again, this whole idea of an appeal and the conscience, combined, again, these terms, when you put them together, it's a loyalty oath. It's an oath of allegiance to Christ through the resurrection. And baptism corresponds to this, which is why baptism is essentially an act of spiritual warfare. This is why the early church, in their baptismal formulas, had some statement about the person being baptized. It has something to do with the defeat of the devil and his angels. There are very ancient, baptismal formulas from the early church that linked baptism with the defeat of the devil and his angels. And this is the passage that they get that from. So that when I submit to baptism, I declare not only to the people watching, but I declare to the spirits, the spirit world, which side I am on. And if you're going with the Peter typology, along with that, it's a reminder that the Son of God was not beaten. We are doomed. He is not, and his children are not. So 1 Peter 3 is sort of transformed into baptism as spiritual warfare. And if you read it that way, with, again, this little scene in the book of Enoch about the watchers, and that is a type for Peter. It's a foreshadowing of Jesus, just like for Paul, Adam is the foreshadowing of Jesus. It makes perfect sense. And it's awesome. I mean, it's a great passage. It's just a punch in the face. This is why it ends with, he's gone into heaven, is at the right hand of God with angels, authorities, and powers having been subjected to him. Who's the winner now? It ain't you guys. So it's a great, illustration. So he's wondering, are there any texts, manuscripts of the Greek New Testament, that actually explicitly say in verse 19? and Enoch went and proclaimed to the spirits. Oh, I wish there was. Because then it would be like point blank explicit. So, even though there's not, again, you had this tradition or this reading, again, just with the simple thing, well, maybe Peter's thinking typologically. Just like Paul does. I mean, types are found with some frequency in the Bible between the Testaments, things that foreshadow other things. So the question is, well, what if that's what's in Peter's head? Does the passage make any sense if Enoch is a foreshadowing of Jesus with all this flood watcher, sons of God stuff going on? Yeah, it does. It makes really good sense. And somebody in the early church read it that way. Because they have it right in the baptismal formulas. And it's really cool. It's cool stuff. Ooh, we're moving on to our fourth question here.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to do two last questions for time. So we're going to go here, and then I'll go right over here, okay?
Hey, Dr. Heiser. So, in the 21st century Christians, we understand that the God of Israel is the unique ontological being. There is nothing equivalent like him. And looking back in sort of Jesus' time, it seemed as though the Jews of the era seemed to understand that the God of Israel was also, they believed in a plurality of Elohim, but that there was something ontologically distinct about the God of Israel. Do you have any sort of speculation or opinion when that belief arose? Do you believe it dates all the way back to the patriarchs, like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob may have understood that? Or did they start out perhaps believing that sort of they have a covenant to a specific member of the Elohim, and then gradually they came to understand that actually their Elohim was the Elohim?
I think it tends to be pretty early because of statements like in Genesis 14, where Yahweh is referred to as the maker of heaven and earth. And you can really only have one of those. Now, did Abraham, he has the conversation with Melchizedek, and this language, is part of the exchange and whatnot. So I think if Abraham, took the conversation seriously, then he is assigning, because this is the priest of the Most High God, and Abraham's not going to be paying tithes to him unless this is my God too. So I think he would have probably at least one sort of ontological peg on which to hang that idea, that this is the maker of all things. So I tend to think it does start pretty early. And then you get, an accrual of thoughts to it in different places in the Hebrew Bible. Then this takes you into all sorts of other questions about, well, how do we know, when Genesis 14 was written, and, was this really a conversation? And those are sort of broader, I don't want to use, I guess I'll use the word philosophical. These are sort of broad philosophical discussions, but they're also questions and discussions that extend from whether we are going to look at Scripture as being a coherent word that is faithful to reality. In other words, it relays things that actually happened, regardless of when they were written. And I do. I think that's a reasonable standard to hold. I tend, this is going to sound really goofy, but I tend to be a skeptic of modern historical critical methods because, or in that, they are never equally applied. Okay, I have a lecture like when I'm head of a school of theology now that's an online school. And in the 201 class, we offered 2 years. This is the third class of 4. It's one class per semester. We spend a week on biblical historicity, where we talk about how the Bible is dismissed as a historical source because its writers must have been biased because they're all men. It's a patriarchal society. Nobody, the conversations that are there, we can't find in some other source. There's too much God talk, and we can't take that seriously because we can't prove that God's real, empirically. And there's all sorts of ways to try to undermine the historicity of something. So my test is, both for scholars and students, is okay, if you're married, I want you to write the history right now for me of your wedding. Tell me your wedding day. Give me a record of that. If you're not, then just give me a little biography of you to the present moment. I'll give you half an hour, whatever it is. Or you could take it home, bring it back. Because the questions are always going to be the same. I'm going to get that piece of paper, and I'm going to look at it and say, this thing that happened at your wedding, is there an alternate source for that? Did anyone record the conversations? I see this is only from your perspective. Why don't you have your wife's voice in here? Why don't you have, did you make any effort to go around to all the people that attended your wedding to verify what I have here? I mean, I could pepper this thing endlessly, knowing that you don't record anything, because you're not an idiot, okay? You're not going to record this like, oh, someday I'm going to have to write all this down. I'm going to have to subject it to the tools of historiography, okay? You can write it down, and it can be completely true. Everything in there can conform to reality, but it will pass none of the tests that professional historians insist we must go by, really, when it comes to the Bible. Not so much when it comes to other sources, but definitely for the Bible. You know, the God talk. Oh, you mean like Ramses, the second's battle at Kadesh, when basically he commits a blunder and is about to die, and then he invokes, the sun god, and then all of a sudden the battle turns and he gives credit to his God. Why is it that Egyptologists take that as a historical source? Everybody does. There are whole books written on the invocation of divine beings in ancient Near Eastern historical texts. Oh, their history. Oh, we don't like their gods. We think that's silly, but we're going to regard it as a historical source. Well, then why don't you do that to the Bible? We don't want to do that. Well, why? Why won't you apply your same methods to your own life? The reality is you can't, Mr. Historian, you can't write your own life story and have it conform to your own methods. That's the truth. You can't do it. And so my question is, why are you marrying so much of what you say you will believe conforms to reality on these methods that you yourself will fail? Why? I know why. Because the implications of this stuff being true are just too disturbing. They're too offensive. That's why. Again, I'm trained in all these things, and I respect what scholars do because I benefit from their work. But when it comes to these presuppositions that scholars have and apply them unequally, okay, I'm the guy raising my hand in the room saying, you're really not being consistent. And then I can flunk the class and get kicked out, okay? But I'm right. Okay, you are not doing this consistently. And I want to know why. So again, I really do, I'm a beneficiary of lots of scholarship, and I pay close attention to it. But I have sort of assumption and presupposition radar in my head that goes off a lot. And the thing that I can do is I can be honest with you about my presuppositions, and all I'm asking you is to be honest about yours. And we can agree where they work and where they don't work, and just go on from there. But don't pretend to me that you're the academic, you're the scholar, and there are no other conclusions to draw here other than the ones that are floating around in your head, because you don't live by them. And I know it. So, I don't have any trouble thinking that the Bible, okay, Melchizedek didn't have a tape recorder under his arm. He wasn't wearing a wire. Okay? We get it. But is there any reason to think that this is not a faithful representation of a conversation that happened? No. What would that reason be? That there isn't a God? Well, good. People have been doubting that for a few millennium. You're a little bit behind there, but I mean, if that's what you think has been proven, gosh, you're naive. Okay? But I mean, what is it? Why do we take these things at face value when they're in other civilizations, other conversations that appear in one text? Why? Why is it good over here and not good over there? I think it's very inconsistent. So I'm willing to say, yeah, I don't have any trouble believing that this conversation happened.
So say you're a pastor and you feel like it's important to begin to teach your congregation about the divine counsel and how that kind of fits in. Where do you start and how do you track from there?
You start by looking for the exits. No, I get this question a lot. So what we decided to do on the podcast was if you go to, I'll show you one just so that you know what they look like. We're in Firefox here. Okay. nakedbiblepodcast.com. If you go up to episodes, right here, now you could Control F and search for the word conversations, but we'll just scroll down here till we hit one. Let's see, it's been a while. Conversation series. I asked pastors who subscribe to my newsletter, if you have tried to teach this content in your church, and it could be pastors, it could be a youth pastor, it could be a Sunday school teacher, I don't really care who you are, but if you've tried to do this in some official capacity in your church, I asked them to email me, and I said, what I want to do is I want to have a podcast episode with you so that you can tell other people that are thinking about this, other pastors and teachers and whatnot, give them the good, bad, and the ugly. What worked, what didn't work, what went wrong, what went right. We'll just sit here on the podcast and have a conversation. So we did 5 of these. And they each have 4 guests. So we had 20 respondents. We had more than 20, but I picked 20. And I recommend you listen to those. Because some of them, they all have wise things to say. There are certain patterns that emerge, and some of them really had really good ideas that I would never have thought of. If I took those off the board, my own advice is don't turn the fire hose on to people. That's a big mistake because people are going to be overwhelmed and they're going to be frightened. My advice is to find something in the content that attaches itself very easily to something they already hold dear and believe. Like the 2 powers thing last night. That's very faith affirming. We connect the Trinity or the deity of Christ to the Old Testament. It's something they already believe, they hold as doctrine, and you get a little bit of ammunition from the first 3 quarters of your Bible for the idea. Because there are people out there in the internet, like a Bart Ehrman or whatever, and saying, oh, this, the disciples, the Jews, right there when Jesus was alive, doing his thing, nobody ever thought of him as God or anything like this. That stuff was added later, hundreds of years later by scribes. That's where, high Christology comes from. It's an invention of the church. If you brought Matthew or John, back and you asked them, was Jesus God, they would look at you like like you got 2 screws loosed or something. And this is how they argue this. This is why, again, the grocery store impulse shelf. Every Easter and Christmas, you're going to see it. They're going to have magazines where you check out, and it'll say something like, the Christ of history versus the Jesus of history and the Christ of faith. Like they're 2 different characters. There's a historical Jesus, and then there's this one that religion made up. Never the twain shall meet. This is how it's presented, this bifurcation between the Jesus of history and the Christ of faith. And, it's just not true. It's just not true. The whole idea of God coming as a man is in the Old Testament. Not only that, it's in the Second Temple period. I don't know. Bart Ehrman has had to read Enoch. Enoch has a pre-existent Messiah. Enoch chapters 37 through 71. Uses all the Old Testament messianic terminology, but Enoch's Messiah, and he's Jewish, the guy whoever wrote the book of Enoch was a Jew, living before the New Testament. He's got a pre-existent Messiah. Well, to be pre-existent means you have to be more than human. So I would say, look, you find something that attaches itself to something important, and then start accruing some of this content to those important things. You can also, use some of the content where it solves a problem, or it helps explicate a passage in an interesting or powerful way. Because what you want people is you want people to not artificially feel safe, but you want them to know that, there's a lot of things to think about here that you aren't normally introduced to. And there's a lot to think about in the Bible, and look at this, and look at that, and look at this. And you get 5 or 6, lessons into this, and then you can start introducing some of the things that would be unfamiliar to them, but then connect it back to the stuff you already did. Like, again, this is a matrix of ideas. All these things relate together. They produce doctrine for us. It's consistent across the Testaments. You try to do faith-affirming, faith-building sorts of things with the material from the text that would be unfamiliar. But you start with the familiar, or something that would be perceived as useful. But I would recommend listening to the series, because some of them had really specific ideas that I told them in the conversation, boy, I wish I'd have thought of that, because I did the same thing. I didn't get to speak in church much, in grad school and afterwards, but I can remember, certain things that I probably should have done differently. But I could just do it and leave and have the pastor clean up the mess. And I tried not to do that, but if you have your head in it for so long, then nothing really feels unsafe anymore, and you forget that you had to grow, to this point, to understand something and how to talk about something. When you're just trying to do that for the first time, you don't often remember that. So I think that would be a good place to get some suggestions.
Right. Well, that's going to conclude our question and answer time. And thank you guys all again for joining us, and Dr. Heiser and Drina for coming down with him.
Thank you.
I know Dr. Heiser has already mentioned this, but he has the Unseen Realm and a lot of his different books back there. If you would like kind of the Unseen Realm for dummies, there's the Supernatural. No, I kid, but it's just more of a simpler way of.
I'll say this. I mean, there is a certain logic to some of the books, and that is, what does God want exists because I had a layperson say, we need a book for evangelism and discipleship that has some of your content in it. So it's like, okay, let's do that. And so that's for new believers or seekers. And I seed certain things in the book to prepare them for Supernatural, which is the light version of Unseen Realm. So there's this stair-step approach. What people know less about is the series, the Brief Insight series on the table there that Zondervan republished. I originally self-published those because I wanted to be able to sort of control the content. But eventually, Zondervan asked if they could republish those, and I said, okay. All of those things, every chapter in those books is no more than 600 words long. They're very short little lessons. Each book has 80 of them in it. And in those books, you will find, divine counsel stuff. It's not all that. It's probably a quarter of the content of any of the books. But I try to produce a lot of things for somebody just starting out in Bible study. Like, I Dare You Not to Bore Me with the Bible. Those are all articles from Bible Study Magazine. They're all 600 words or less. So something that you can hand somebody who doesn't have a whole lot of Bible study experience under their belt. It's easy reading, but it helps people learn something and then get set up to go to the next step. So that series, the Brief Insight series and Supernatural, those are good things to hand people to start off. And if they're a new believer, I would even go with what does God want? It has over 500 reviews on Amazon, and a lot of them are from people who've been Christians for a long time, and they like it. You know, I didn't expect that because that wasn't the intended audience, but it's a good book to just sort of start people out on.
So make sure you guys check out the content on the back, and then also Naked Bible Podcast.
Yeah, that's the deeper dive. That's
yes.
People are into podcasts today, so by all means.
So let's give it up for Dr. Michael Heiser once again. And definitely thank you for joining us.
Thanks for coming.
God bless you all. You are all dismissed.